Good evening and welcome to PLAYWORKS 2021. My name is Irit Jaffe-Berg and I'm a professor in the Department of Theater, Film, and Digital Production, and I'm also the coordinator of PLAYWORKS. I would like to begin by offering a respectful acknowledgement of recognition to the original and current caretakers of this land, water, and air, the Cahuilla, the Tongva, the Luiseño, and the Serrano people, and their ancestors and descendants. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these homelands. If you are new to PLAYWORKS, then PLAYWORKS is a festival of original one-act plays written by undergraduates and MFA students in our department. Tonight and tomorrow night, we present 23 original plays by students, performed by students, and directed by students and professors. This is our second remote version PLAYWORKS, and after more than a year of living through the pandemic and the historical social movements of 2020, you will find in these plays reflections of our times, some comical, some serious, but all authentic and thoughtful. In ways, these 23 plays are a creative time capsule of the challenges that have defined the past year: continued isolation, the value of human connection, protest, social unrest, and the movements for social change. I want to thank all the students for taking part in this project, for giving your energies and your creativity to each other. I want to especially thank our terrific student-led production team, our stage manager, Courtney Pobst, and assistant stage manager, McKenna Lindheimer. They were guided by our terrific production manager, Ben Tusher, and assistant production manager, Johnny Macias, both of whom are also alums of our program. I also want to thank Bianca Raymonenk, our PLAYWORKS dramaturg, as well as professors Ruth Park, Patricia Cardosa, and Annika Spear, who directed. I want to offer a special appreciation and thanks to Andy Wolf, an alumna of UCR, who, along with her husband, the late Bill DeWolf, has been a stalwart supporter of our students in our program. Tonight's PLAYWORKS is a result of a long-term cooperation and collaboration between myself and Kate Ange, who teaches our writing courses. I would like to thank Kate Ange for her nurturing and careful guidance of our student writers and invite her to say a few words to those students who will be graduating this year. Kate.
Hello. As introduced, I'm Kate Ange, and I teach the year-long playwriting course for the undergraduates here at UCR. So this year, as you can imagine, has been challenging. And it's hard to believe that these playwriting students I've spent so much time with, I've never seen them in the flesh. But in a small class with a willing and generous group of students, we've been able to build relationships that feel close and real, and I thank them for that. So I'm going to tell you about 5 students whose work in some form goes up tonight. These are students who've taken the entire playwriting series, beginning through advanced, and are graduating. But before that, I just want to do a quick shout out to our OG, Miranda's son, also graduating. This is her 3rd PLAYWORKS play in a row, so that's pretty cool. So first, I'd like to mention Aspen Kleppe. Aspen's an enthusiastic student. She's ready for anything, including 2 pre-class concerts of her original music. Unlike writers who think of their characters first, Aspen is inspired by different time periods and these sometimes bizarre situations. If she had her way, she would get to work with a cast of at least 50 characters. And we are all excited for her upcoming workshop in class, which is going to feature her much talked about Viking play. So good luck to you, Aspen. Second, I'd like to mention Evans Velasco. So truthfully, Evans and I got off to a rough start, and I think that was the perils of online-only communication. But we worked through that, and Evans has been a point of joy for me as a writing teacher. I was thinking about what linked his work, and I see the theme of things are not always what they seem. People discovering hidden and often dangerous aspect to their lives, like a boxer indebted to the mob, a man in love with not a person but an AI, and a loved one caught in the hands of a grifter. And it's the ramifications when these secrets are revealed. Number 3, Jocelyn Ramirez. One of Jocelyn's strengths is how she thinks in theatrical terms. She incorporates Aristotle's pixie dust of spectacle, and she uses settings like a hospital room in purgatory, a car about to hit a brick wall, a house boarded up, and a mother waiting for the apocalypse. She tells the emotional core of her stories through her settings, and her plays often center on young women, what they needed and didn't get from their families, or what they got that holds them back, and their struggle to move beyond these hurts. Powerful work. Number 4, Jackson Sweeney. He is wearing his director's hat tonight, but as a writer, Jackson's work has grown more personal over the course of the year. His growth as a playwright is obvious and rewarding. He explores the themes of gender and identity and what it means to love unconditionally, whether it's a parent-child relationship or a couple. Number 5, Armando Iniguez, wearing his actor's hat tonight. He took the entire playwriting series last year. Armando often explored what it is to be an artist, to desire a profession as an actor or a writer or a creative in a family or a neighborhood who thinks in more practical terms, illustrating that tension between one's expectations and one's own dreams. So writers, I'd like to leave you with a quote tonight from Barbara Kingsolver, Eco-Warrior, award-winning novelist. This is for you. Close the door. Write with no one looking over your shoulder. Don't try to figure out what other people want to hear from you. Figure out what you have to say. It's the one and only thing you have to offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. I want to remind everyone that we'll have a 5-minute intermission in the middle point of tonight's showing, and that after tonight's presentations, we will be led in a discussion with a respondent who will be here, so please do stay on for that. And now to our first play, The Mistake by Mayra Gomez-Labrada. Enjoy the show.
All right, thank you.
Give me a kiss.
You've been so handsy the entire ride here. Someone's been drinking.
What's wrong with having a little sippy sip with the old boss man?
Nothing wrong. You just haven't drank since my sister's wedding, remember?
Ah, yes, the night of reckoning.
And you said that you weren't going to get drunk.
I wasn't planning on it, Cynthia. Mr. Thompson took me down to the wine cellar before we left.
All right. I'm not your mother to tell you can't drink. You're a grown man.
Let me show you then.
George, what a naughty boy.
Oh, yes, I am.
I'll have to show you something upstairs.
Me too.
What are you gonna show me?
Look here, in my pocket.
Your pocket?
Yeah, check inside.
Okay.
Do you like what you see?
Oh no.
Oh, yes.
George, honey, is that the baseball?
The one and only Jackie Robinson autographed baseball from 1955.
May I ask why you have Mr. Thompson's ball in your hand?
He told us to go upstairs and check it out.
But he didn't tell you to steal it.
Yeah, well, things don't always go to plan.
Well, what's that supposed to mean?
It means I'm getting fired, Cynthia.
Why on earth would you think that? Mr. Thompson just treated us to a lovely dinner at his estate.
But before we left, he took me down to the wine cellar. Don't you get it?
You're too drunk, honey bunches.
I'm being serious. At the firm, getting invited to the wine cellar means you're getting fired within a week.
That is not true.
It happened to Jimmy, and it happened to Carl, and now it's happening to me.
But you're not them. You're George Washington.
Oh, with a name like that, who wouldn't want to take my name off their roster?
Oh, hush. We have bigger problems to deal with right now.
Yes, we do. Now, let's go upstairs and solve them.
George, you've just stolen your boss's baseball. His baseball worth tens of thousands of dollars.
Oh, he deserves it. Nobody works as hard as me at our firm. Nobody.
Do you now?
Of course I do. Look at that beauty.
George, what are you... never mind. I bet a man like you deserves a promotion.
Exactly. And what do I get for all of my years at the firm? A lousy house tour and a kick out the door.
Oh, George.
What?
You are in deep, deep trouble.
What now, Cynthia?
While Mr. Thompson was giving you a tour of his wine cellar, Clarice spilled and told me you were getting a promotion later this week.
What?
She told me not to tell you, but now look where we found ourselves.
Oh, no. Oh, no. What am I going to do?
Calm down. Everything's going to be fine. Relax.
Fine? I've just stolen the one and only Jackie Robinson autographed baseball from 1955.
Call him and tell him it was a mistake.
I can't do that.
He trusts you. Just tell me you haven't drank in a while and that it was an honest mistake.
An honest mistake? It was in a display case in his memorabilia room on the second floor. It's only his most prized possession.
George, honey, you need to tell him.
And get fired? I don't think so. Ooh. 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 Oh, it's all right. Just give me some Pedialyte and I'll figure this out.
Okay.
Ooh. Ooh. Mm. I got it.
What is it?
All right, honey.
Yes?
I think you're gonna have to take one for the team.
I have to what?
Yes, I'm sorry. You're gonna have to.
Georgie, take a seat, please.
Oh, come on, Cynthia. Take one for the team. Just call Mr. Thompson. Tell him you drank a little too much and that you accidentally slipped the baseball into your handbag. We'll just give it back on Monday.
You are too drunk. You want me to take the blame? Last I remember, I wasn't the one who stole an expensive autographed baseball.
Oh, just this once. What's the worst that could happen?
I'll be the joke of the town. Clarice would spill the embarrassing news at our book club.
Oh, please, Cynthia, what else am I supposed to do?
Well, hey, since you love ridiculous ideas, why don't you just sneak in?
Oh! Honey! Oh, you're a genius! But think for a second. How in the world am I going to get to the driveway without them seeing me?
Oh my goodness.
I know. I'll just park a block up the street and hop the fence.
George, you haven't hopped a fence since we were in college.
I can do it.
Honey, that was over 20 years ago.
And?
It was well over 20 pounds ago, too.
Well, then what do you expect me to do?
I've been trying to get you on keto for like 6 months.
About the baseball?
I already told you what you should do.
Thanks for the advice, Cynthia Marie.
Okay, now he's upset with me.
Look, just leave me alone.
Fine then, figure it out.
Finally. Maybe if I send a pizza boy to sneak in. Cynthia, darling, what's that nephew of yours called? The 16-year-old.
Thomas?
Yes! Thomas! Oh, call him up, please.
You want me to call my underage nephew to have him sneak into your boss's estate to put back a baseball that you stole?
Look, I know it sounds crazy, but kids these days, they need a fun adventure once in a while.
He's on his way to Harvard.
Oh, come on, just a phone call. What are the odds he'll say yes?
You've gone insane.
Oh, your phone is right here. can look up his contact.
All right, enough with these ridiculous plans. How about instead I just call Mr. Thompson and tell him what you did?
No need.
I have his contact information saved.
No. Look. I'm sorry.
Is that right?
I'm just scared to tell him what I did. If I do, I can kiss that promotion goodbye and then I really will get fired. I mean, I wanted to...
Wanted to what?
Oh, Cynthia, I wanted to take you on that Hawaiian cruise for our anniversary.
The Maui one? With the turtles?
Yes, I was going to take you to see any turtle you wanted.
Oh, Georgie, you are the stupidest, most chaotic man I have ever met. But I love you. I won't let you get fired. You'll get that promotion.
What do you mean?
I'll call Mr. Thompson. I'll tell him I was drunk and that it was all me.
Oh, Cynthia, you can't.
It's all right. It's worth it for Maui. And you deserve that promotion, but mostly the turtles.
It was a drunken mistake and it won't happen again.
I'm certain it won't happen again.
I don't deserve you. Give me a kiss.
Honey.
You're going to be treated to the longest and best vacation of your life.
I guess we'll have to start packing then.
And I'll have to start up keto.
End of play.
Thank you, The Mistake. And now, Stop the Unstoppable by Eilynna Kwan.
Stop the Unstoppable by Eilynna A. Kwan, directed by James Brizuela. Mr. Unstoppable enters frantically with the laptop and starts button smashing on the keyboard. He looks at his watch.
Oh, goose feathers!
He starts typing furiously as Fearless enters in a skip and then skids to a halt.
Whoa! What are you doing, Dad? We gotta go!
Fearless, I'm busy!
We don't have much time. The meteor is gonna enter the atmosphere in like 10 minutes! We gotta go help the civilians now!
Unstoppable ignores her while typing.
Hello?
I knew it!
What?
My calculations are correct! It's gonna strike exactly 10 minutes outside of the city into Heroes HQ!
You just calculated that?
I've been keeping an eye.
What do you mean you've been keeping an eye? You knew this would happen?
No, but this dang knob meteor is screwing it up!
You're gonna warn them about it, right?
No, silly child. I'm gonna destroy them with a rocket before the meteor does!
What?
Months of planning wasted!
Planning what?
I was waiting for Captain's birthday when all the heroes would get together and some meteor is gonna beat me to it?
Hold on. What? Why would you want to destroy HQ?
Why wouldn't I?
Because they're your friends?
Mr. Unstoppable stops what he's doing and faces Fearless and aghast.
What did you just say to me?
The heroes? They're your friends?
Friends! What the? Hold on, wait. You think you and me are heroes?
Are you telling me we're not?
16 years I've raised you and you think we're heroes.
Okay, well, if we're not heroes, then what the hell are we?
Oh, did they drop you on your head at the orphanage?
Answer me.
We're villains! Duh! Have you lost your marbles?
Have you lost your marbles?
I'm just dumbfounded.
I'm the one just finding out that we're not heroes. What about everyone at HQ? What about the captain?
You think I'm the same as Captain Marvelous?
I don't know. I just thought you and Cap were just friendly rivals, like having a competition on who can outperform each other.
Not in a fudge nugget chance. What possessed you to think that we were heroes after all this time?
You're serious?
Why in the French toast would I lie about something like this?
Okay, well, for starters, you named yourself Mr. Unstoppable.
Yeah, because no one can stop me! It's not just for heroes.
Okay, what about when you caught all of those robbers a couple of weeks ago?
They ran into a makeshift net I was testing.
You helped an old lady with her cat stuck in the tree just yesterday.
The branch broke when I was putting a camera in a fake cat. Oh, the old geezer just started hugging me and calling me Jerry.
You don't even curse. You use old people expressions.
Bad manners?
So, let me get this straight. You're a villain who just doesn't know how to be a villain?
No, I'm a real villain. You wouldn't understand.
What wouldn't I get?
You haven't even been in the game for that long. What? It's been like 2 months?
2.5. Thank you.
I've been at this for years. The press shows up every time I make a mistake. The stupid captain with his stupid cheesy grin and his stupid muscles and his stupid curly Q hair. Like, this isn't the 80s. Why is your hair styled that way? Oh, I swear to cheese, it's a wig.
Dad!
Sorry, he just shows up out of nowhere and... Good job, Unstoppable. You did it again, you old dog. One of these days, you'll be just as good as the super as me. Ugh, can't stand it.
You've never tried clarifying this with anyone?
Oh, I've tried. Believe me, they just laugh at me like I'm joking, but now.
Unstoppable quickly resumes his typing on his laptop and finishes.
There! The rocket will be there before the meteor, and the world will know the true me.
You can't do this. You just can't. I thought we were the superhero father duo. Wait. Whoa, wait. Does this mean I'm a villain too?
Unstoppable gestures. What do you think?
No. No, this isn't true. You always said that we would always fight together. I thought we were heroes.
I'm confused as to how we are.
I don't know, like this watch. You gave this to me to keep track of everything going on in the city, right?
Yeah, to keep track of the supers and their whereabouts.
We show up and we fight criminals. What about that thief just last night?
He actually picked my wallet.
What about me? You adopted me and you taught me how to fight.
I just needed a sidekick.
Oh my God, I can't believe this. You told me we'd always stand together to fight people who make the world difficult.
Yeah, we always will be. We'll always be fighting these snobby superheroes.
But don't they do so much good? Whenever somebody's in trouble, you can always count on heroes to save the day.
These heroes aren't so good as they seem, unless it makes them look good. They certainly weren't there for me when I needed them. They only care about saving the president or some huge multi-millionaire.
Did you seriously decide to become a villain over a grudge?
No, I'm a villain so I could show the world who these imposters really are.
You don't know that.
Oh, where were they to save my parents?
That was a different situation.
Where were they when the kids at the orphanage beat me? Dozens of supers flying around and not one to come and help. I saw one fly past me while I was on the ground.
What about you? Huh? You didn't want to be that person who could just help people like you?
I tried. I did all that I could because I wanted justice. Then this young little snot-nosed kid in his fancy new cape came in and took all the credit for everything. The press called him an up-and-coming superhero. As he stood there with his stupid cheesy grin, his stupid muscles, and his stupid curly Q hair, I know it's the win!
Dad!
sorry, but even then, Captain Marvelous was there to mock me. He didn't even acknowledge me that time. He swooped in at the last second, his cape smacking me in the face, and he just waved to the cameras. I decided that if being a superhero meant being a pompous fart box, then I didn't want it.
You don't have to be. It doesn't have to be that way. You want to help the people, right? And you can do that again. And I'll be right here beside you this time.
You're young and naive. You don't know what it's like to go through what I did.
No, I don't. And you want to know why?
Why?
Because I had a hero who saved me from all of that before it could even happen. I had a hero who adopted me when I was a baby so that I wouldn't know what it's like to struggle.
Just needed a sidekick.
You took in an orphan baby and raised her to be a strong superwoman. You helped her with her homework and you showed her how to kick butt. You read her stories at night when she was having nightmares, or made her hot chocolate whenever she felt upset. And even when she hit puberty, you would buy her things like bras and tampons and...
What's your point?
My point is that you showed me who you are. You gave me better. You're my hero, so I don't know, shouldn't that be enough?
Is it enough, though?
It's enough for me.
What if I'm not good at that either?
You will be.
Unstoppable and fearless have a moment. Beep, beep, beep. Unstoppable notices clock's timer running out and the rocket beginning to activate.
Oh, crud! The rocket!
Shit!
Language?
How do we stop it?
I don't know. I didn't put a stop button on this thing.
Unstoppable button smashes the laptop with no avail.
No! Why can't I do anything right when I needed to?
Oh my god. Time is running out. It's gonna launch soon.
I'm trying, son of a biscuit. The meteor's entering.
Unstoppable smashes both fists down on the keyboard in frustration. A rumble can be heard.
What's happening? What is it doing?
The rocket changed direction. Oh, snickerdoodles! It's taking off!
Oh no.
Wait! It's flying past Heroes HQ! Where is it going?
The rocket can be heard colliding and exploding. All is quiet.
It's just the rocket and the meteor. Everyone's okay.
Unstoppable blubbers in disbelief.
You'll do great, Dad.
End of play.
Thank you, Stop the Unstoppable. And now Detention 19 by Jayla Jacob.
Detention 19, written by Jayla Jacob, directed by Carlos Gutierrez and Lillyanna Lopez. Miss Dumas, Kurt, Jack, and Connor are already online. Kurt is muted and his video is off, showing his meme-tastic profile picture. Jack is shrouded in darkness. Connor spins on a swivel chair, his mind obviously elsewhere. Miss Dumas checks names off of a clipboard.
This is Ms. Dumas reporting for detention on Friday, April 24th, 2020 at 8 p.m. PST. This session is currently being recorded for district surveillance. This is absolutely the last thing I needed today. Let's just hope this session goes by smoother than last. As for our students, Connor Sutton.
What up?
Sending inappropriate links in Mr. Smith's Zoom chat again? Why am I not surprised?
Yeah, that was good. You should have seen just how red Mr. Smith's face got. Like he must like I bet he was thinking like, oh, this is some important contribution to our discussion. I should share it with the rest of the class. Like what kind of idiot clicks on hotchicks.com and expects anything else?
Mr. Sutton, please behave yourself.
Okay, I'll stop. Sorry, I'll stop. Miss Dumbass, I'll stop.
Miss Dumas to you, Mr. Sutton.
That's what I said.
Curtis Newsome? Curtis Newsome? Hello? Mr. Newsome? Here. Mr. Newsome, where is your video and sound? The rules of detention are clear. Video and sound must be on at all times, so I'm able to keep track of you. Bad connection. What? Connection. I see. Mr. Newsome, I trust that you're not secretly watching Netflix again, correct? Of course not. Don't even clip the mess. That is Miss Dumas. Jackson Sims.
Here!
Adjust your lighting, Mr. Sims. No one can see you.
The inner workings of my dark enigma of a soul are a mystery that only I will know, Warden. To see or not to see, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of backdoor parole, or to take arms against a sea of correctional officers and by...
Mr. Sims.
FYI, dude, your outfit's dope.
It's a costume.
It's not a costume, Warden. This is who I am now. Just another number oppressed by the man. Just another inmate left to rot behind bars. Just another prisoner who's...
A senior in high school that likes to ditch class. You know better than anyone that you won't graduate if you don't serve your sentence. You're a wonderful actor, Mr. Sims, but your theatrics won't get you out of detention this time.
It was a good try, though, right?
No.
Damn.
Hey, Reg, your mic isn't on.
I'm so sorry I'm late. Can you guys hear me? I thought we were meeting at 10 instead of 8, and I just got back from a club meeting right now, so I totally forgot. Honestly.
Regina Williams. How do you always find a way to be late to class? I mean, now that our academic structure has transferred to being online, you would think that you would run out of excuses to be tardy.
It won't happen again, though. Promise. Oh, no! I forgot to go to the grocery store.
You shouldn't even be going outside near large crowds in the first place, Miss Williams.
I know, but like, how else am I gonna wipe my ass if I don't have toilet paper?
Facts. I hardly have any at home. We're down to like 3 shells, man. And dude, your parents actually let you outside? Nah, man. Full lockdown right here.
All I know are the 4 walls of the cell that my parents call a room. To be separated from the stage is the cruelest sentence for any actor in these trying times of quarantine.
Say, quarantine's so boring, dude. There's only so many until tomorrow posts I can scroll through before I lose all faith in the internet. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm kind of missing school, man.
Amen, brother.
You're practicing social distancing, Mr. Sutton. You all should be glad you haven't been directly affected by the virus. We're not here to chat nicely, you delinquents.
This is detention. The district rules are clear. There will be no disturbances during the session. You must be working on schoolwork. Is that clear? And for the record, none of you should be going outside. There are germs everywhere.
Germs? We're not babies, dude.
Mr. Sutton, schoolwork?
Yeah, I hear you.
Miss Dumbass?
Doom us.
Sorry, Dumas. Do you think I'd be able to leave a little early? The store is all closing soon, and I really have to get stuff for my mom.
Miss Williams.
But she's sick. Not with COVID. And my dad's always working, so I have to do all the shopping. But it's not like I'm sneaking out to the beach or whatever. I'll use a mask and I'll wash my hands, I promise. Please, Miss Dumbass, I won't ever ask again if you just let me go this one time. I don't want to miss the lineup, and it's important.
The last time, Miss Williams. No, I won't let you go out early. You do realize I had to reschedule this meeting on a Friday night. Mind you, because none of you cared to show up to Wednesday's detention. The recording has already started. If you all leave now, we'll have to reschedule again.
But I'm the only one who can...
I won't say it again. Serving your detention is much more important at the moment in respect to your time and especially mine. What would you do if you couldn't graduate because of some measly roll of toilet paper? Regina Williams, I am not letting you.
Whoa. Hold the phone there, dumbass. It's just detention, dude.
If Regina really has to go, we don't mind rescheduling. I mean, there's no rush. We're all holed up at home anyway.
I mind rescheduling, Mr. Sims. Again, we all should have taken care of this Wednesday. But no, none of you cared to show up to Wednesday's attention, and you couldn't make it for no good reason.
Hey, boba night is a good reason, okay?
Boba is nowhere near as important as your duty to school.
It's not duty. This is punishment for not doing well in school. Look, I'm only here because I ain't got nothing better to do. If I had a better option, I'd be there.
Plus, you're an adult, Mr. Dumas. Don't you have, like, a husband to get to?
How dare you assume that just because I'm a woman in her late 40s means that I should be attending to my husband?
No, I didn't mean it like that. I just meant that maybe you wanted...
Please, I don't want to hear another disrespectful peep out of any of you. I will not repeat myself again. We cannot have any more disturbances to this session than we already...
Is that a baby?
I mean, it's definitely not me. I haven't cried like that since my chem test last month.
Don't look at me. My sister's at my grandparents' house.
Mommy is working! Give me 10 more minutes!
The warden has offspring. Gross.
Okay, what the hell just happened?
I don't know. But either way, Regina, you should get out of here before she comes back.
No way! She'd have my head on a silver platter if I disappeared. Plus, my mom would kill me if I got another markdown on attendance.
You know, for a kid who's always in detention, you're such a goody two-shoes. Look, you're a freshman, Reg. Nothing you do this year will even matter in the long run. So just go.
Sure, I don't think that would go.
She's coming back!
I take it the baby's a little angel, right?
Hungry. God, it's past your dinner time.
Then, like, go feed her?
If I end this detention early, the district will throw a fit, and my boss will cut down my pay. Everything's always money. When you're older, you'll understand.
Dude, we won't tell anyone, dumbass.
Snitches get stitches.
Look, you gotta go. Regina's gotta go. I say ending the calls a win-win.
You don't understand what I'm saying, Mr. Sutton. I'm not sure if you've noticed the red recording symbol in the upper left-hand corner, but I can't end the call.
Oh, okay, so we'll just leave then, all right? Bye.
No. The call must be ended by the host.
I miss dumbass.
It sure would be a shame if I accidentally let a student take hosting permissions and someone, I don't know, ended the call.
I understand a cry for help when I see one, but wouldn't we get in a massive amount of trouble? This is being recorded, right?
You're right. This is silly. Silly. We're all doomed, you know that, right? Doomed. I mean, detention on Zoom? For what? Always my good time. I'm a mother. I have a baby. This is absolutely the last thing I need. The last thing. To be wasting my time on ungrateful sack of children such as yourselves. I mean, this is a pandemic. Do you hear me, district? A global pandemic. Oh my goodness. Why can't this damn computer just crash already? Someone, anyone, end the call already, please. Please take me away from this insane. Hosting permissions have been changed. Thank God.
Holy shit, that just happened?
Miss Dumbass? Miss Dumbass?
The warden's been defeated! Prison break!
Yeah, prison break. That's cool and all, Jack, but like, dude, who did it? Who had the balls? Was you, Dredd?
Not me.
Was you, Jack?
Don't look at me, Connor.
New host, no problem.
Kurt, my man, you absolute madman. You're live.
And you can speak. Were you just faking it the entire time?
No shit, Sherlock. These Avatar episodes don't watch themselves.
Wait, but Kurt, this recording is going to be sent to the district. They're going to be so pissed at you.
Don't even worry about it. Good old Techie Kurt always finds a way. Look, Reg, if you need to run, go already. Taking care of your mom should always come first.
Spoken like a true cell hero.
Thank you, Kurt. Thank you. I'll see you guys next week.
Bye.
Careful out there.
Bye, Reg. So, Animal Crossing.
Animal Crossing!
The end.
Thank you, Detention 19. And now, Robbing Reputation by Aspen Kleppe.
Robbing Reputation, written by Aspen Kleppe, directed by Jenna Hsueh, and assistant director Juliana Aguirre. Cast of characters: Jake, early 20s, wears a hoodie, played by Ryan Ong. Rosemary, late 30s, dressed more formally and reserved, played by Jayla Jacob. Stage direction reader, Stella King. Act 1, Scene 1. A dark alleyway full of broken glass and discarded trash. Rosemary, 30s, pauses in the alleyway to dig through her purse. Jake, 20s, trails behind her as he hides his face.
Please tell me I have my keys. Sabina's gonna kill me if I'm missing and don't have my keys. Okay, they gotta be underneath here somewhere. Maybe underneath. Oh, don't need that. Or that. Ew! Is this stale bread from the cafeteria?
Don't move. Put the purse down and nobody gets hurt.
Dumping. Jimmy, you can't just approach a lady by saying those kinds of things. What do you think you're missing?
Yeah, that's right. Stay where you are. I have this thing locked and loaded, ready for action. What was it that you said again? Oh yeah, who do you think you're messing with?
Listen, kid, I don't know who you think you are, but you should have half the mind to stop whatever it is you're attempting to do right now.
I'm attempting and going to successfully rob you. Isn't that obvious? Trust me, I know who you are, and you aren't going to do anything, Director Richards.
How do you know? Forget it. Put the gun down, and I won't have to hurt you.
Hurt me? I'm the one with the gun. All I want is your purse, and we can be on our way. It's as easy as that.
It's not as easy as that. I can't just hand over my purse. Then you'd actually rob me.
Are you on something right now? You're literally being robbed. At gunpoint, I may remind you.
I know. And that's the problem. I can't be robbed.
I can pull the trigger if that makes things easier for you.
Jeez, no, I said I couldn't get caught being robbed. I couldn't get shot either. Jeez, you should know that nobody's ever tried robbing me before, right? Can you imagine what that would do to me?
Oh, trust me, I can imagine it already.
For Pete's sake, this is nonsense. Either you stop what you're doing or there will be consequences.
Who's Pete?
Never mind that. I've had enough of your antics, and frankly, you're boring me.
But you've had enough of me? You're at gunpoint, which means I'm in control, and when I'm in control, I get to say when it's enough.
Oh, really?
Yes, really.
Then you're the same terrible robber I knew you were the minute you followed me.
Wait, what are you talking about?
One tip, kid. Always watch where you step. I knew you were following me because this place is full of glass. Step in the wrong spot and boom, your identity is bust. It's not that hard to figure out if you got a good head on your shoulders. And that's lesson 1 and 2 of Robbing 101. Know your location, secure your identification. Free of charge.
Wait a minute, please.
Rosemary grabs Jake's arm and repositions herself, holding it behind his back.
Another free lesson from our seminar. Disarm potential firearms. You would know that if... What in the bouncing barnacles are you even using?
Well, I was going to get a gun from the money I stole from you. Really, I was. Your money being used to buy a weapon used for robbing? That would be history.
You're telling me you tried to rob me with a stick?
Hey, don't diss sticks like that. They make great weapons for robberies. I swear I had more to my plan. I just didn't get to show you. Let me go, and I will.
How do I know I can trust you? If I let
You
you
serve
go,
time, and you know people because of that. You got a good look at me. It would be easy for you to just have someone else take care of me. It really wouldn't be that hard.
I guess the least you can do is entertain me. But don't try anything funny. All right? You're on a thin line.
Thank you. Ow. I'm gonna be tender for the next few days, aren't I? Did you really have to do that?
Are you gonna show me or not?
All right. Impatient, aren't you? You'd think that the director of the robbing school would...
Hey! Don't say that out loud. Are you insane? There could be others around.
Oh, my fault. I forgot that the School of Robbing is an underground elitist school that takes the best.
Did someone apply to said school?
What? Of course I did. Who on earth doesn't want to go to special school? At least it's a full-time job now. It may not have benefits or healthcare, but at least it's something new every day.
You didn't get in.
Excuse me?
You didn't get in into the School of Robbing, I mean.
Well, I was hoping that...
It just means you're not a top-tier robber.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
What? Did I hurt your feelings? Oh, I might have tissues in my purse if you need them.
This is pointless. I should have just robbed you. But you're the queen of robbing. Why even bother talking to you? I knew I shouldn't try to impress you.
I mean, you could still have a chance.
You really think so?
Yeah, if you hurry up. Though I might warn you that not many people get to disappoint me a second time.
You sure do have a lot of faith in me.
What's her name, anyway?
Huh?
Your name. Answer the question. You do have one, don't you?
Why would I give you my name? So you can report me to the police?
Good heavens, I would never report you to the police. I may be in their good graces now, but it's against robber code to out another robber. We all know that.
Rob?
Rob?
My name's Rob.
Really? Rob.
You have a problem with my name?
Rob. The robber.
I thought you would find it hilarious. Come on, give me a break. Just picture the headlines, will you? Rob the robber robs another.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
The name's still a work in progress.
Wait, Scott, not that. The headlines.
Scott, I'm not naming myself Scott.
What? No. I'm on the headlines. There's no way we'd both fit on them. Not with my release being news.
Though the headline Scott scoots away the scandal sounds pretty tempting.
Enough about the headlines, will ya? There's no way you're ever going to make the front pages. Ever. Especially not with a name like Rob or You're Robbing.
Ouch. Okay, what about Scott? You're the one who suggested it.
What the Donald Duck? Are you kidding me? Just use your real name. That's what I did.
Sure, but...
But what? You don't have a good name?
It's not that. It's just... I'm not you.
Well, I'd sure hope so. I think the world would be screwed if there was two of me. Though, that would make life so much easier. And I'd get rich faster. Yeah?
You're already rich. You're the one who mentioned headlines, remember? Does Rosemary Richards' Run Away with Riches ring a bell?
I'm still upset about that. They could have come up with a better headline. It was disappointing.
Forget that. You were the robber to be. All us underdogs, petty thieves. We looked up to you. You were all we wanted to be. And I just thought that if I applied to your school, maybe, just maybe.
You can't be just like me.
I can't be you, but I thought maybe I could learn from you.
You got denied for a reason.
Oh, thanks. That's helpful.
You know, you could reapply, right?
With how well this is going, I really don't want to read another denial letter. The first was enough.
What did it even say?
That I lack social awareness and I don't think my plan's through. But I don't get how I'm a klutz. Oh, and I'm a danger to robber society.
No way. You're the Jake.
You know about me?
Know about you. You're all the admissions office would talk about. I finally read your application and by God, they were right. It was the best thing I ever read.
Then why didn't you accept me?
Are you serious? I pitied you. It wasn't the best in that sense. It just gave me a good laugh when you said that you'd step in to help an old lady escape a fire that you caused. We accepted you for a laugh. Oh.
Good to know that you, the director, got a good laugh out of it. I put everything I had into that application and I got denied.
Is that why you decided to rob me? Did you want to prove me wrong?
That's part of it.
What do you mean that's part of it?
I wanted to prove myself wrong too.
Why would you do that?
I wanted to prove that I could do anything I put my mind to, that I was better than the things people were saying I was.
I'm guessing it didn't turn out the way you were expecting.
You saw what happened here. It only made it worse.
Okay. Then do what you came here for.
What do you mean?
I teach my students to follow through with their plans. You said that you didn't get to show me the rest of your plan, right? Prove it.
Really? You mean it?
Knock yourself out.
You won't regret this, I promise.
I already am.
Hey. Okay. Bear with me. Imagine this. A dark, hooded figure comes up from behind you, and bam! Stick.
Is that really what we're doing?
Hold on. Now you're probably asking yourself, why rob with a stick? Guns and knives are better weapons, right? You can trust them, sure. But people aren't going to expect a stick when they're getting robbed. It's the element of surprise.
I think we both know I wasn't expecting a stick.
Exactly. That's why sticks are the coolest. They'll be the new trend. They can do this and this and well, I guess you can be a dual wielder. Can't help that the middle is fragile.
You gotta be kidding me. You broke it?
This plan is a lot better now that the victim has to deal with more than just one stick.
I really believe there was more to your plan.
Well, my swinging strength isn't really that good, but oh, does that mean I'm getting another denial letter? Or would it be denial speech? Unless you have paper and pens.
Hey, could you be quiet for a second? I'm trying to think.
Let you think? About what? You mean that?
Hey! I'm putting my hand on your mouth so you can listen instead of squabbling. You're lucky I wanted to meet with the director and the dean of students today, but don't think of yourself as some sort of charity case, all right? You're gonna be my passion project. You understand what that means, right? All right, good. Now, I'll let go of your mouth, and you're not gonna say anything. You'll stay quiet and not do anything. Got it?
Yippee, I'm finally going to robbing school!
What did I just say? We could get into trouble.
Oh, sorry. Starting now. I'll do everything you say.
I really doubt that. But you have to, okay? If you want a robbing reputation like mine, that is.
Jake and Rosemary exit together. Lights out. The end of play.
Thank you, Robbing Reputation. And now, Gimme Sugar by Miranda's Son.
Gimme Sugar, written by Miranda's Son, directed by Millie Romero, starring Gershon Goering as Jenny, Esther Martinez as Lauren, and Evans Velasco as Will. Setting Starbucks.
Junie, is that you?
Well, it's Jenny. Hi, it's so nice to meet you.
You too, sexy.
I was about to leave and I didn't think you'd show up.
Oh, sorry about that. Little emergency. Some girl looked lost, so I had to give her a ride. You know how it is. Anyway, I don't usually look for girls as old as you from the site, but you're so cute that I had to.
As old as I'm 19.
Yeah, My son's that age. You'd probably like him a lot better than me.
No. I prefer guys. Old. Enough to be my father. Anyways, are you ready to order?
Oh, I'm not getting anything. I figured I'm already spending enough on the main course, which is you.
Okay. Well, great. I'll just get my drink and I'll be back out here real quick.
Don't you sneak out the back door, young lady.
Of course not. Why would I? You're great. Look,
Okay.
I'll be right back.
I'll be waiting right here, my little pumpkin.
Jenny runs off and bumps into Lauren, who spills coffee.
Jenny? The Jenny G from Mrs. Karbowski's 7th grade class?
Lauren! Oh God. Sorry, I didn't know anyone from school came here. It's so far out of town.
Oh, well, my parents don't live together anymore. My mom's place is around the corner, so I work weekends.
Oh. I see. Well, I should
You look really dressed up. Are you on a hot date or something?
more like a job interview. It's actually not going great.
Wait, you were at table 17? Is that the guy you're with?
Yep. Kind of hope we put on pants, but beggars can't be choosers.
Unbelievable. Really? Right next to her house?
Lauren marches up to Will and slaps the back of his head. Jenny runs after her.
Dad, in her neighborhood? With a girl from my middle school?
Wait. That's your dad?
Junie, I've never seen this girl before in my life.
Oh shit, you're not my dad. You look just like him from behind. I bet you're married though.
I'm not married. See, I don't have a ring.
So you're a liar and a cheater.
You know what? I'm just gonna go.
No. Ignore her. Let's just sit back down.
I just work a lot, okay? I'm not a cheater. I don't have time to meet girls, and I don't know how to talk to them. I'm sorry. Here.
Will hands Jenny a $50 bill and exits.
Oh my God. There goes my money.
Shit. Jenny, why would you do this?
Why what?
Why would you be a sugar baby? I mean, your family's fine and it's not like you're starving or anything.
It's not just about the money. It's about being powerful and getting respect. Well, what's wrong with that?
Well, my dad had a problem with hiring girls like you. He spent so much money on some 18-year-old's boob job one year that we literally almost lost the house.
Oh, well, that's a disaster in financial management, but what's that got to do with me?
Well, I'm saying your job hurts people.
I'm sorry. Did I go on a date with your dad?
No, but that guy back there could have been someone's dad.
But he wasn't. And now he's gone.
Yeah, because he was such a catch.
Look, the guys from that site drew over me. Okay, I wouldn't expect you to understand. I mean, you have these pretty eyes, you're like the beauty standard, and you can get compliments anytime you want without even trying.
That's not how it works. It's the 21st century. Nobody cares about pretty eyes anymore. And look at your body.
I get this body from working out twice a day. It's the only thing I have going on.
Well, it sounds like you have a problem with confidence.
Of course I do. I mean, everyone looks at me like some ethnic nerd who couldn't get a date if she tried. I've never had a chance to shine or even fit in. To be the girl who's so perfect, you pay money to talk to her.
So, did you feel like that girl when he handed you that 50?
No, but turn it into 50,000 and maybe I will.
No. You're too smart to let these old men have power over you.
Men already have power over me. At least sugar daddies are upfront about the whole power dynamic thing. And they're nicer than college guys, that's for sure.
Well, my dad wasn't nice to his girls. He said he loved them and then ditched them. Blah, blah, blah. Honestly, I think they were worse off after he was done.
I'll make sure not to hit him up then. Look, I'm sorry that happened to your family, but your dad made those choices himself. A lot of those girls were probably young and not thinking straight, or really needed the money. I mean, how old is your sister? 16, right? What if some 40-year-old took advantage of her? Would it be her fault?
I know. I just hate him so much. Him and his psychotic blue eyes. I wish I had brown eyes like yours.
Okay, you don't have to go that far.
I'm serious. You were the prettiest girl in our 7th grade class and you still are today. I hate it.
Excuse me? If I remember correctly, you definitely held the title of prettiest girl in 7th grade.
I guess we'd have to take a poll.
Or we could just say it's a tie.
Sounds fair. Hey, you still have that 50?
What? Do you want me to throw it in the trash can? Would that be morally superior enough for you?
Actually, I was gonna say we could use it.
Who the hell is we?
Jenny Ginsley, I am taking you out on a real date.
A date with a girl who ruined my sugar baby career. Sounds fun.
I'm talking flowers, dinner at a candlelit restaurant, the whole 9 yards. And that 50 should cover it.
But you're in the middle of your shift.
I mean, I ruined your work day. Now you get to cancel mine.
What about your boss?
I'll tell her that I'm doing something very important.
And what's that?
By the end of the night, you're gonna feel beautiful. End of play.
Thank you, Gimme Sugar. And now Hail Mary by Grace Lemon.
Hail Mary by Grace Lemon, directed by Jackson Sweeney. Matthew is played by Evans Velasco, and Timmy is played by Ryan Ong.
Stop. Stop. No, get out. Get out. Stop. I revoke you in the spirit of Jesus Christ, in the blood of the Lamb. Get out. Get out. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with me. Blessed art thou amongst women. Blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mother of Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Father God, remove this demon from my brain. I know I haven't been perfect, but I know my purpose here is to coach these kids and impact their lives. And I know if I don't get to coach this last quarter, all of this will have been for nothing. Please help me. Please, God, let me get back on the field to coach this final quarter. Please, please, I'll do anything.
Matthew looks around the room, and Timmy, 15, a scrawny kid with a mop of curly brown hair, no taller than 5'7", dressed in a Hawk mascot suit, enters in a beaming white light, holding an ice pack.
Coach?
Jesus? Jesus Christ?
Coach?
Thank you, God. Thank you.
Coach Matt, are you okay? That football came right to your head. It was crazy. Everyone's pretty worried about you. Like, we all thought you were for sure gonna pass out, but you just kept walking like you are so cool. personally, I'm shocked you're still conscious. I mean, I had 3 concussions last year and each of them threw me out pretty bad. Like, I couldn't do school for 3 weeks and then my grades tanked and my mom had to check on me in the middle of the night to make sure I was breathing. And it was crazy. That was a pretty hard throw. Is your head okay?
It's never been better, Thomas.
It's Timmy.
Timmy, short for Timothy.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, almost perfect timing for a break. We're getting crushed out there. Oh, I mean, we've never been that good. I'm just stoked we made it to the final round of the championship on our own turf. Everyone's excited to be here. You're a great coach, really. Redwood Day is just a little better than us, but it's whatever. It's all because they have huge guys, and I heard one of them is on the roids, you know? Like steroids. Anyway, I'm just happy to be here, Coach. And even though this mascot costume is HOT, hot. Sorry, Coach. I talk too much when I'm nervous. I mean, your head really got hit hard. I just want to make sure you're okay. Are you okay?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I mean, how are you on the field? Are you happy with your performance out there today?
Coach, I'm the mascot. I've never played a quarter.
But you practice with us.
Yeah, and I suck.
Where's your jersey? 55, huh?
Yeah, it was the last one left. I wanted 7, like Colin Kaepernick. I mean, he's a GOAT. But 55 is cool, I guess. Especially since it's just collecting dust in my locker this season.
Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit this earth.
What's that?
It's Matthew 5, verse 5.
Ah, right. The Bible. El Biblia in Spanish. We learned that last week.
Timmy, you're going on that field today.
No, Coach, there's no way.
I know you've been practicing with us all season.
I'm no good.
You know the plays.
I can't do it, Coach. I can't. I'm gonna die out there. You've seen those guys.
Timmy, do you believe in God?
Not entirely.
Well, do you believe that we all have a purpose on this earth?
Yeah, I believe that.
Well, my purpose since moving to TAN has been to coach you kids, to inspire you, and to believe in you.
And you're doing great at it. You're a great coach. I just don't think that putting me on the field is the best idea. I mean, what would that do for the team?
My team is a reflection of its weakest link, and that's you.
Gee, thanks.
I mean, how can I call myself a great coach if you aren't on the field playing with the rest of the team?
Because we win. We lost every game before you came on to coach, and now look at us, the NCS championship.
I don't want to win if you're not on the field today. Hell, I don't want to live if you're not on the field today.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm dying, Timmy.
Yeah, Coach, me too. I mean, this game's been like pretty hard to watch, but we're not losing by that much. I mean, 2 or 3 touchdowns and we'll win.
No.
Or at least get tie and get overtime.
No, not metaphorically. I've got a brain tumor. I've had it for a while, and the ball hit my head today. Just made me realize. Made me realize that I need you on that field today. Like in the next 3 minutes. I need you to gear up and be on that field with your teammates and play your heart out.
That's a lot of pressure.
I wouldn't put you in if I didn't know you could do it.
I appreciate your faith in me, but I just...
Where's your faith, Timmy?
Science, mostly. Evolution. But I think God's a good place to put it too. And I have a lot of faith in the world, but I don't know, Coach. I haven't decided. I mean, I'm only 15.
Well, can you make a decision for the next quarter? Put just a little faith in football today. For me.
God and Buddha and Jesus. I know I don't say much. I don't do much. I don't ask much from you. I don't even talk to you. I haven't even read your book. But right now, I need something. I need you to give Coach Matt another day so that we can win. With me on the field. And God, I promise to you and Coach that today on the field, I'm gonna remember the plays. I'm gonna catch the football with my hands and not my face. And I'm gonna be a good teammate, and I'm gonna have faith in you, in football, at least for the next quarter. Maybe overtime if we tie. And because of that, we're gonna win. And God, if we win today, you have to let Coach Matt live. You have to. Otherwise, all this religion stuff is complete bogus, and I'm gonna start stealing from the poor and breaking all the 7 deadly sins and start to draw pentagrams and spray paint.
And Father God, be with Timmy today. Use him as your disciple on the field.
Oh, and God, please let there be a huge rager when I catch the final touchdown. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
And now what?
And now we win. End of play.
Thank you. And now we'll have a 5-minute intermission. Welcome back, everybody. And now, Knockout Punch by Velasco.
Introducing Knockout Punch, directed by Christopher Wells, written by Velasco. Max, played by Maxwell Lorenzo, is an enthusiastic boxer. Joey, played by Armando Iniguez, is a brother-like figure with an overarching dismay. Tony, played by Miranda Liu, son, is a cold, ambitious, stern businesswoman. We hear a faint noise of a crowd as two men walk into the locker room. One of the men, Max, walks in, bouncing around triumphantly with a full, glorious face and full boxing gear. He looks like he just got out of a long fight. Max takes off his hat and sets him down on a bench. The other man, Joey, walks behind him with a look on his face.
Yeah, baby, that's how you do it. Tell me there wasn't the cleanest knockout punch in your fucking life, huh? Once it came with that 4-point combo, it was night-night.
Yeah, that was a good punch, bro. But look, we gotta talk.
A good punch? A good punch? You hear this guy? A good punch? I was rocking around for 3 rounds straight fucking Fist of Lightning Bruce Lee shit. Muhammad Ali shit. You see this?
You done posturing? The hell is that, man?
What the hell's your problem?
What, you just gonna act like an idiot now? Act like I don't know what I'm talking about?
Relax, Joey. It'll be fine.
No, it's not gonna be fine, Max. 5th round, he hit you with that uppercut. What the hell happened there? You were supposed to take a dive.
I said it'll be fine. Can't be happy about the fight for a single fucking second, huh?
You know we put the red money down on this fight, man. We talked about it. This was supposed to be an easy payday for us. And yet you had to go off like Conor McGregor and clean his fucking clock.
I told you, I don't want to take the dive anymore, okay? I'm better than that guy.
Everyone knows you're better than that guy. That's why the odds were in our favor. Now we're out of the apartment for sure. Gary pushed our rent back another month. I wouldn't be surprised if we heard about this already and changed the fucking locks.
Yeah, fine. But you knew that this fight was bigger than that for me, okay? I couldn't take the dive. Not again.
What if I always told you, Maxie? There'll be other fights. We've been doing this for years. Why did you have to pick tonight of all nights to go off?
Because I didn't want to take the dive again. I've said it 3 times, man. Why couldn't we just put the money on me like I used to, okay? To win. We should have been doing that this entire time, but you said we can make more. You started putting on me to lose on purpose. The only thing that losing does in this sport is get you a prime time trying to get some meathead in a warehouse somewhere.
What are you even saying, man? We've got bigger things to worry about than this right now.
I'm saying I'm done losing on purpose. My dream is to fight professionally. You know that. That's never going to happen if I keep taking dives for rent money.
You fucked us, Max. Like, you're my brother, and I love you, but you have no idea what you've gotten into right now.
Don't worry about a bookie. We can figure out a payment plan or work it off or something. It might be tough for a few months, but I can start taking bigger fights now. That's going to help out. Everything's going to be all right.
You think with all the bookies we ripped off, I'm really worried about this one? Jesus, Max, we're dealing with the family on this one.
There is a graveyard-like silence.
You start making deals with the family.
I told them that you were taking a dive, and I was able to double the money with the bookie. I thought it could get us out of this shithole. If you had just taken a dive like he told you.
Just like in high school, right? Golden Gloves match. I lost on purpose. Because you said we could get money to stop from mom getting evicted, right? And come to find out, you take the money and you blow it up your nose. Joey, there are college scouts there. Don't you understand? I could have been somebody.
You are somebody, Max. Everyone in the city knows Mad Max from the east side is no one to mess with. You don't need any college scouts to tell you otherwise.
Oh, man. I'm a loser. It was great once. I'm broken. I'm 27. I got arthritis in both my hands. I got headaches that keep me up all night from concussions. I can't work manual labor anymore. I don't have an education, so I can't do anything else.
What are you saying, Max? You just put out a fucking boxing clinic for those people out there. They'll go their entire lives never seeing an athlete perform like that ever again. Come on, man. You really got this.
I don't know how much I have left in me. I thought if I could win a couple fights, maybe I could qualify for an amateur tournament, make it a last hurrah, make some real money, right? And find some real competition for once in front of people who really love this sport. That way, win or lose, I get out of this head held high. Participation trophy for a life filled with regret.
Both men sit in quiet for a short while, looking at the floor, until Joey lifts his head up to say a few words.
Yeah, maybe you're right, Max. You're my little brother and I failed you. I'm your big brother and I'm supposed to protect you, but I broke you instead. I used up your greatness. I took it from you because I thought it would make both our lives easier. And I just wasted your potential. Sorry, man.
Yeah, I know you are.
The door suddenly opens and a well-dressed woman with an icy cold stare walks in. She doesn't look like she's here to celebrate the win.
Joey, there's my little future teller. The fight turned out a little differently than you predicted. And this must be the young champ, the legend, Mad Max in the flesh. Great knockout you had out there, kid. You really showed some heart out there. I'd even buy you a drink upstairs for that one.
I don't drink. I don't need your charity. This room's supposed to be private.
When you own the building, no rooms are private. Joey, you never told me he was like this, but you better get it through his punch-drunk head right now that my charity is exactly what he needs.
Don't pay any attention to him. He's always like this after a fight. He's concussed. Look, I can explain everything.
Explain why you gave me bad information? Explain why you lost me money?
I can get your money back. I can figure something out. That is not the issue.
Oh, I'm already a few steps ahead of you on that one. You're going to help me out with a little spring cleaning, and your brother is too.
Hey, come on, T. Miss T. Leave my little brother out of this. Look, he didn't know any better.
You think I haven't heard about you scumbags before? Two dirty street kids without a pot to piss in, throwing fights and ripping people off all over town. You two are lucky you're not dead already.
Yeah, I heard about you too. What was prison? I heard one of your own flipped on you this time.
Hey, shut up and let me handle this.
The charges never made it to a judge, actually. An unfortunate accident with a witness, but it's a dangerous world out there, isn't it? Let me make one thing clear to you. You rip me off, I own you both. Simple as that.
Nobody owns me.
Max, shut the fuck up. You're just getting us into more shit.
You might think you're tough, Max, but the facts are your brother owes me a lot of money. You know who I am, and you know what I represent. So unless you want to see your big brother on a missing persons poster, I suggest you watch your mouth.
What can we do to fix this, Tony? Anything, really.
I've got a rat problem.
Another one?
Do you think I want to break your brother's arm to get you to shut the hell up? Since I own both of you now, that would mean I would break my own arm, and I don't want to break my own arm.
What does your rat problem have to do with us?
Yeah, it's not like any of us would go to the cops or anything, shit like that.
The details don't really concern you. You're not really cut out for this kind of job, Joey. But if it doesn't get done, you are the one that's going to pay for it.
Fine. Do whatever you want. Good heart, right, brother.
That's what I like to hear. I knew you could be nice if given the right motivation. Remember, if you go to the police or try to get out of town, I have eyes and ears everywhere. I'll kill your brother and I'll make him suffer every moment of it if you try to screw me.
Just tell me who you need me to fight.
I don't need you to fight anyone. All I need you to do is deliver the knockout punch.
Tony, no, please, just leave my brother out of this.
What are you talking about? I'm a boxer. Isn't that why you wanted me?
I thought I told you that I own you now. If I want you to box, you'll box. And if I tell you to paint a house with somebody's brains, you better not miss a single spot.
I'm a fighter, not a killer.
You're whoever I say you are. Or we could go with the alternative and I just kill your con artist brother here and now and be done with it. Your call.
What about my brother, huh? How can I trust you? And if you think you're just going to take him away and hide him in a warehouse somewhere, you might as well kill us both now.
He can do whatever he wants as long as he doesn't leave the city. You have my word that no one will mess with either of you, so long as you stay loyal to me.
I kill this person for you. My brother and me, our debt's paid, right? Not gonna hunt us down, type any loose ends.
I can tell you that I won't. But you don't really have much of a choice either way, do you?
Fine. It's a deal.
That's your new phone. Don't use it for anything else except for talking with me. I'll be in touch.
Joey, I won't let you go through this. I mean, Max, I won't let you go through this. This is my mistake. I can get us out of this. Like, we just need to get out of town for a while.
Not this time. This is where the madness finally ends. Should be walking out of the building now. I'm in the room on the north side of the ring with my brother. We're both okay.
The hell is that? Are you wearing a wire?
Cop's gonna be here soon, so I suggest you get rid of anything you don't want.
Tony slams up. Max walks over to his gloves and pulls that microphone up to his face.
Cops are gonna be here soon, so I suggest you get rid of anything you don't want them to find.
Cops? The hell is going on?
They picked me up a few weeks ago when I was leaving the gym. They showed me videos and texts of you and Tony talking about setting up fights. They showed me all this evidence they had against you, and they said I was an accomplice.
So you sold us out?
I saved us. Tony was right. You know that? We should be dead. You always talk about getting lucky, hitting it big, but you ever think that us not getting killed in a street fight or ripping someone off was us getting lucky? Police said she was setting you up for something like this. Don't you see that? She sets up criminals to do her dirty work, and the involvement never gets back to the cops. They just needed hard evidence.
You should just let me handle this. How are we supposed to do what we do now? It's just people all over the city. We won't last a fucking week in this city.
You handling things led us here. I had to make a choice. And I took the one that's best for both of us. The cops said they set us up with witness protection. Okay, and even get you off drug charges. We just have to testify.
I don't know if I can do that.
I've trusted you. My whole life I've trusted you. So just trust me right now. She came here. Tony came here. She showed her face, not a bodyguard, not some hitman. It was her. Her whole organization is falling apart. It's over. For us too. We had a great run. But I'm tired. This is our way out.
How much do the cops have?
All of it, Joey.
Damn! So it's really over for us?
I need to know you're on my side with this. Let's give her the real knockout punch. and put her in prison. Then we'll leave the city for good and start over for real.
Yeah, maybe you got a point. Who knows? Maybe we can open up a gym or some shit like that.
We could call it Mad Max's Boxing Club.
I'm pretty sure that's copyrighted, and I don't think that's how witness protection works, but sure. We'll figure something out.
I always do.
Thank you. Thank you, Knockout Punch. And now
Max and Joey heartfully embrace and then walk out of the room to.
Thank you. Live theater. All right. So thank you, Knockout Punch. And now we prepare for Broken Things by Robert Orantes.
Almost done?
My dino nuggets are kind of cold in the middle.
I'm sorry, sweetheart. Next time I'll make them in the oven instead of the microwave.
It's okay. They're from the Ice Age.
And sirens.
Hey, do you think we could play Mario Kart before bed?
I don't know. It's getting kind of late.
Come on, please.
All right, if you get ready now, we can do a couple of races.
Deal.
Summer?
Yeah?
Aren't you forgetting something?
All right. Thank you for dinner.
No, I meant your dish. But since you said that, I'll get it.
Daddy? What happened to Jimmy Dean?
You named it Jimmy Dean?
Dad, what happened?
The other day, I was cleaning your room while you were at school, and I accidentally knocked him over off the shelf. But don't worry, I put him back together. See? Good as new.
All his change is missing. His was almost full.
No. What? It was practically empty. It's all there. Hear that?
Dad, if you need to borrow money.
Borrow? You think I need to borrow from my kid?
Dad, it's okay. I just wished you asked first. You didn't need to smash it. There's a cork on the bottom.
Summer, cut it out. I didn't take anything from you, and I sure as hell did not break your piggy bank.
Oh, come on. You know that's bullshit.
Summer, you will not speak to me that way.
Why can't you just admit it? Why are you lying to me?
I'm not lying about anything. Why are you worked up about such a stupid thing anyway?
Mom gave me this stupid thing.
She did? Oh, Christ.
Mom knew I loved video games, so she got me this. She told me to save all my change I could, and by the time it was full, I have enough for a new one. I'd always look around the house for spare change, at anything I could to fill it up. It really made me feel like I was in a video game, that I was earning what I found. Sometimes she left change around on purpose. She didn't think I knew, but I did. I saw her do it. It was something we did together until she couldn't anymore. It's the only thing I have that makes me feel close to her. Well, it was.
Baby girl, I am so sorry.
Can you please tell me what happened?
All right. I don't even know where to begin.
Just try. All I want is the truth.
The truth. Okay. The truth is that we're struggling, Summer. I was at the laundromat and I was short on change. So I came back home to look for some more, but I was barely finding anything. Then I saw your piggy bank in your room. I honestly didn't know about the cork on the bottom, and I'm sorry for that. I truly am. I should have asked you before, but I didn't know how. A father shouldn't be asking his 13-year-old daughter for money. It isn't right. Neither was taking it. But somehow, that seemed easier. I used the money to buy better laundry detergent, the one your mom used to get, and did all the laundry in the house. I guess, in a way, I used that to justify myself.
I wish you would have told me.
Summer, I didn't want you to worry about our financial situation. You're still a kid. I want you to worry about kid stuff.
No, Dad, we're a team, kid or not. I want to be there. Kid stuff isn't even that great anyway.
It'll be okay. Your Uncle Tommy is going to help me find a better job. In time, everything will be fine. I promise.
And if it's not, I'll be there.
Of course. Thank you. And I'll get you a new pig.
No, it's okay. I kind of like him this way.
All right. Well, how about you get finished getting ready for bed and we'll play a round of Mario Kart.
Hey, little brother.
Jesus, how did you get in? The door was locked.
Yeah, well, about that. We need to get you guys some better locks. It took me all of 3 seconds to get in here.
I told you not to pick my locks.
What can I say? Old habits die hard, little brother.
Just don't do that shit around Summer, okay? Speaking of which, why are you here so early? I thought I told you to come after Summer was asleep.
I was in the neighborhood. I figured, why not?
Uncle Tommy?
Hey, there's my princess.
She's supposed to be getting ready for bed.
Yo! What happened to Jimmy D?
I accidentally knocked him over my shelf the other day.
What? Oh, no. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I know how much he meant to you. Tell you what, how about I get you a new one? We'll name him Jimmy Dean, the sequel. It'll be good.
The sequel?
Yeah, like part 2, but cooler.
I like Jimmy Dean the second better.
All right. I think you're making a mistake, but it is your pig.
Ahem.
I think somebody's supposed to be getting ready for bed, huh, little girl?
Yeah, I know.
Why don't you go, and while me and your daddy talk, afterwards, we can come play around the Mario Kart.
Really?
I thought we were doing that.
Yeah, but Uncle Tommy doesn't just let me win.
Neither do I. Thanks for that.
It'll be fine, man.
Since when do you know the name of her piggy bank?
You kidding? I'm the one that named it. Get it? Jimmy Dean, sausage? No?
Did you get the thing?
Yeah, it's on the bag right next to you. Laid it down there before you noticed I was even here. Wasn't easy, but I got 2 of them.
2?
Yes, 2. I'm going to need 1 as well. You ever handled one of those before?
You know damn well I haven't.
I'm understanding they have a hell of a kick, so you got to be prepared for that.
I don't plan on firing it.
I'm just saying, in case you do.
I'm not going to. Did you find a place?
Yeah, the smaller market over on Linden Street. They get a lot of business over there since they sold a winning lottery ticket. Bunch of customers now they think they're gonna hit it again. If we go there late at night, it should be an easy job if we just do anything stupid.
Stupid? Like this isn't stupid already?
You're doing what you need to do for your family, for her, my niece. There's nothing stupid about that.
I'm not going to pretend that this is justified. I'm aware of what this is.
It is. It's providing.
So we wait until she's asleep, and then we will go. We should be back way before she wakes up.
Huh. Okay. I actually know of 2 other places we can head up in the different areas.
No. Only one place, Tommy. I'm just taking what I need to get us out of this shitty neighborhood.
Okay. And then when you run out of money, then what? You really think those shitty little government checks are going to keep you afloat? Come on. Surely you can't keep resorting to the poor little Jimmy Dean over here. Yeah, I saw your face when I said something about it. You're like an open book, Lance.
Fine, we hit all 3 places tonight, but no more after this. I'm not risking more than I need to. That's not who I am.
Of course not. But I don't think she gave you a choice, did she?
Tommy, stop while you're ahead.
I mean, what kind of mother does that to her own family?
Shut up.
Just don't get it. She gets a little sad. And slits her wrist. Coward.
Tommy, don't you dare speak about her that way. You have no fucking idea of what you are talking about, so don't start pretending that you do.
Finally, you're showing a little anger about it. It's about time.
I am angry. I'm angry at her. I'm angry at myself. Do you think I wanted our lives to resort to this? I'm angry at every second I have to live through this bullshit, but I don't have time to wallow in it. I have someone to care for. And just because I'm hating the way I have to do it doesn't mean you get to run your mouth about the mother of my child. I should have paid more attention. I could have noticed some kind of sign, done something different.
Look, I'm sorry. You know I'm here for you. 1 store, 2 stores, 100. But it's not your fault. And you do not need to take responsibility for her actions. I should not have said those things. I mean that. But I'll never understand why she did it.
Uncle Tommy, the game is ready.
Oh, hey. All right. I'll be there. Give me 1 more second, okay? Be ready to get going soon. I'll be over. It'll be over. I'll be done before you know it. Here it comes, Sweeney.
End of scene.
Thank you, Broken Things. And now, Not a Third by Angel Garcia.
Hi, everyone. This is Not a Third, written by Angel Garcia and directed by Brandy Robinson.
Jay, played by Henry Dowett. Dee, played by Samantha Van Mellos. Scene 1. Hey, Tony, I'm taking my tent.
D. Hey,
Ugh. How long have you been out here?
about an hour. I'm not sure if I should be here, but
Pretty obvious you shouldn't be. Got a light? I need a smoke.
yeah, sure. Here. Sorry. Fancy new job, right? I mean, Leone's. I never thought you'd end up working at our favorite restaurant. You must be doing good.
So, it's been 4 years already.
I've been out for 2, actually. Got out on good behavior.
Good for you. Why do you know where I work?
When I decided to come find you, I went back to our old place. I knocked, and well, unless you were the old man, I assumed you had moved.
Look, I only got 10 minutes. Could you get to the point?
It was Becky.
Oh, Becky.
I reached out, and for some reason she agreed to talk. After I told her about my journey and who I was now, she agreed to help me. She really believed in me. It felt nice. D, I swear, I really am a changed man.
I know why you're here, and it's not happening. I don't care if you found God, Jesus, Buddha, or whatever. Nothing's changing my mind.
Give me a chance to explain. You'll come around. I know it.
Knock yourself out. I wasn't trying to enjoy my break anyways.
Come on, don't be like that.
Like what? You changed when you wanted to, not when you needed to. Did you seriously think I'd be here just waiting for you to come back fixed? Go on, tell me your little sob story.
No, but it was good for me. I spent a lot of time thinking I was irredeemable, that people like me couldn't be saved, that we couldn't change. The meetings helped me understand myself. I even got a chip for controlling my anger.
A chip? You can't be serious.
It sounds ridiculous, but it works. I haven't had an outburst in 2 years. I can think straight now. Being in a room full of people like me helped. We clawed our way out of hell together. You know, climbing through all the pain we caused, dealing with the guilt. One guy couldn't take it anymore. He killed himself. But I powered through it all because winning you back would make it all that suffering worth it.
I get it now. I'm your consolation prize? How neat is that?
D, please. Listen, I need you to believe I've changed. I won't ever be that guy again. I cringe. Every time I remember those awful things I did to you, the guilt eats away at me. I'm not capable of hurting you anymore. I want you to see that.
Awful things?
No amount of words can make up for what I did.
Are you afraid to say what you did?
I can't say I'm sorry enough to make all the pain go away, but you have to.
Did you talk about how you would bruise my arms, then yell at me when I couldn't wash the dishes? Or about the time you strangled me so hard I couldn't talk for weeks? Then you would come and try to hold and kiss me with your fake ass apologies. Every punch, kick, and slap. I still remember them. Shit, it's why I smoke.
I don't want to talk my way out of this. I know the old me would brush this off, plead ignorance. I can show you the new me.
No, Jay.
Please.
I'm seeing somebody.
What?
3 years now.
How could you move on so fast? Did you even try to wait?
What exactly was there to wait around for? Another boxing match? Do you think I'm stupid?
You know what? Can you give me a second? Just
Take as much time as you need. I'm gonna keep talking.
What do you mean?
We have this beautiful apartment together. We have a dog. Hell, we're even thinking about having a kid. Isn't life crazy?
Why are you telling me all this?
Between my new job and his, I think we can have a happy little family, don't you think?
P, could you cut it out?
I thought you changed.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, I told you, it's not happening.
And
You should respect it.
it's kind of hard to be okay with being replaced.
See, this is the problem.
How is this a problem?
You came here to win me back, not because you changed.
I came because I love you.
If you really loved me, you wouldn't have. If you really changed, you wouldn't have.
What are you getting at here?
It's not fair that you're here. Whatever you were hoping for, it's selfish.
Please say whatever you're gonna say. Stop beating around the bush.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Give me your light. Shit, stupid lighter. It's been so windy lately. Heard it might rain.
We're talking about the weather now.
My break's over in a couple of minutes. Are we done here?
Not until you say it.
Fine. What you showed me, it wasn't love. It took me some time to realize that. I had to keep telling myself that things wouldn't get better. Once that finally sunk in, I was able to move on.
And
seeing you here all different, it's cruel, like God's way of rubbing it in.
that things could have been different.
Yeah, but you've changed at your leisure, and I've moved on. It's over.
Doesn't have to be.
I won't ever take that chance again. Twice was plenty.
I love you.
I'm sorry, but those are just words to me. The moment you laid your hands on me, I stopped believing you. That's something that won't ever change.
What if I could somehow make up for the pain? I brought this bat and
Jesus, what are you doing?
No.
I think I'll make the shit out of you.
No, wait up.
What are you trying to pull?
You got it all wrong. This isn't for you. Please relax.
Then who is it for?
For me. I want you to beat the living shit out of me with the bat, I mean.
Why would I do that?
Do it, then we can have a fresh start.
Did you use this on your head before you got here? That's not how this works.
Why can't it be? I hate that you're afraid of me.
I'm not afraid of you.
Then why'd you flinch? I can't handle that look anymore. You use this on me, please. Please.
I'm not gonna beat you with a bat.
You should. I deserve this. It's only fair.
Will you give me that? Stupid thing belongs in the trash.
What'd you do that for?
It's stupid.
That was my Hail Mary, man.
A stupid one.
What's stupid about it? You deserve to use it more than anybody else.
More pain doesn't fix anything. You can't erase the past with it.
I don't know what else to do.
The answer's obvious, just not appealing.
I can't throw away this feeling inside. Now that I know who I was, what I did, I don't know what to do.
You let go. You embrace the new you and you move far, far away from the past.
Does that include you?
Especially.
Isn't there any part of you that wishes it could work?
I don't wish, but the thought is nice.
Really?
The thought.
Oh. I guess this means I failed.
Why? Because you didn't win me back?
Yes, if I can't win you back, then it means people like me don't get to come back. That's it.
Of course you do. We always get to come back.
How?
By moving forward.
And it'll work.
That's fully dependent on you. You could always get a head start by giving me a cig. Apparently I'm out.
Sure. Sorry about using up your break.
Don't worry about it. This was all the time you were going to get anyways. I should be getting back though.
It was nice seeing you. Here, let me get the door.
Thanks. You take care of yourself, Jay.
You too, Dee. I'm happy for you.
Also, never come back here again.
Right. Well, I guess this is goodbye.
I guess it is. Forever this time.
Yeah, forever. End of play.
Thank you, not a third. And now, She's Probably Ruined by Jocelyn Ramirez.
She's Probably Ruined, written by Jocelyn Ramirez, directed by Amanda Joy Tiano. In this play, the characters deal with hardships of homophobic parents in teen pregnancy, which culminate in suicide ideation. Though uncomfortable sex is part of this life and part of the play. Rebecca, older sister, Marissa, younger sister. A parking lot inside a car, two sisters talking after a movie.
I really like the ending.
I liked things perfectly wrapped up.
But that's not how life works. It makes more sense when things all kind of come crashing down.
I guess so, but aren't movies supposed to, suspend disbelief and just give us a good time?
What was it that you needed me for anyhow, now that the movie's done?
I can't just want to spend time with my sister.
Leave it. I heard Mom going off about you on those tampons. I thought you hated those.
You really don't know when to shut up, do you?
Maybe. Or maybe you're just too easily embarrassed.
Really? I'm not the problem here.
Bitch, just spill. What's going on? Are you okay? Oh, fuck. How's Grandma?
No, nothing like that.
So you dragged me away from a delightful rest at home for what?
I think I'm pregnant.
There's no way. You're joking.
I'm serious.
Serious? Serious about what? Catholic school? You're lying. Okay, don't cry. It's okay. It's okay. You're okay.
I gained like 3 pounds. I'm so sure I'm pregnant. Dad's gonna kill me. I'm gonna die.
Wait. Back up. Why do you think you're pregnant?
A woman knows.
Bullshit. You're barely a woman. I have acne scars older than you.
We did what adults do.
Shut up. Wait, really?
Yes, and I took the Plan B pill.
Wait, what? You took a Plan B just to be sure? Or you didn't use a condom?
This is so embarrassing. Stop asking for details. But yes, we did use a condom.
Okay, good. Then you're not pregnant, fool.
It's possible. It would be a miracle baby, but it's possible. God is punishing me, Rebecca.
God isn't punishing you. Calm down. You're not knocked up, kid. It's fine, I swear.
God is mad at me.
Will you shut up with that? That's just some bullshit Mom and Dad told you. Is that all you had to tell me? You're pregnant, but not really? Congrats on the fucking, though. Didn't think you had it in ya.
If I'm pregnant, I'm gonna be done. I'm calling it quits. Wrapping up the last season of life.
Don't talk like that. It's gonna be fine. Worst case scenario, you get an abortion. It's not that big of a deal once you stop letting Mom and Dad brainwash you.
Is it scary living alone?
That is so not what we're talking about.
No, come on, really. I haven't seen you in like a month. What's going on?
Nothing new, really. Still gay, in case you're wondering.
I thought you were like half gay.
That is so not how it works.
Mom and Dad still think you can change.
It's not a choice. And I'm not having this talk again with you. You know better. You just fuck someone. I think you know better than believing their judgmental horseshit.
You don't think I know how this looks? I haven't told anyone. I'm a joke. Unwed, 19, and pregnant. Fuck. This is cruel.
You are not pregnant. Just feel shame, which is maybe why you shouldn't have had sex, but I digress. You're not
I'm just-
pregnant. Chill, it's fine.
I'm disgusting. I want to die.
You don't want to die.
I want to die. Even if I'm not pregnant, I'm ruined.
Don't say that.
I'm ruined.
You're a person, not a rug. You're not ruined.
So that's why I called.
What do you mean?
If I'm ruined, then that's it. I don't want to be here anymore.
Stop talking like that.
I'm serious. Look me in the eye. Tell me you don't think about it every day. It's every day with them. It's prayers and shame and confessions. I can't lie. I can't live with lies.
Look, if you want to believe in God, fine. If you want to believe that mom and dad are righteous people, fine. But what you aren't going to do is sit in this car and tell me you want to die over it. You're young and straight and not as disowned. You still have a family. You still have a normal life. You'll get over it.
You're not very comforting.
We grew up in the same place and you think I know how to comfort someone? Pfft.
Can I do us both a favor?
What the fuck are you doing?
Tell me you don't think about what it would be like to be that still.
Stop. Eat your fries.
Are you happier on the outside? On your own?
Do you want the truth or pretty lie?
Yes.
Fuck.
Go ahead.
Fuck you. Well, I wouldn't say I'm happier. I'd say it's just different. I mean, happy looks different things in different situations.
What would it look like happy on the outside? What would you do if I started this car and hit that wall in front of us?
Isn't suicide a private thing?
I don't want to do it alone.
Okay, how about you don't do it?
Rebecca, please. I don't want to leave this party early, and I don't want to go alone.
You don't have to.
I don't want to die alone. I'm just so scared and ruined. Now there's nothing.
There's always some good left. You just take it with the bad.
The guy I lost my virginity to,
yes?
he blocked me on everything. He won't even talk to me. He acts like we don't even know each other.
He blocked you?
He didn't care about me. I was so stupid, and the one thing I wasn't supposed to do. And he didn't care.
Don't cry anymore. I mean, cry if you need to, but it's going to be okay.
Do you honestly believe that?
Sometimes I do, but it's worth it sometimes. You didn't do anything wrong. You had sex with an idiot, but I mean, hey, who hasn't?
You know, when we were little, and Mom always said, God's watching, and that sexual impurity looked worse on a woman, and it's stained with red and that stank of rotting flesh. That's what God sees, and that's what God smells when you have unmarried sex. God doesn't know me, and I don't know God.
I promise you that's not true. God has better things to be concerned about.
I failed Mom and Dad.
No, you failed their stupid manipulation tactic to control you and make you feel worthless. You are not ruined.
I'm the chewed up, worthless piece of gum that no one is ever going to want.
God didn't put all that value you have between your legs. You're still a person.
Am I, though? In God's eyes, I mean?
You're a person, Marissa, not a car. You're not depreciating value when they take you for a spin off the lot.
Tell me I can be happy and make me believe it.
What the fuck?
I just want to feel like a person again.
Crashing the car with me and it will not achieve that.
Why the fuck are you so smug?
I'm really just certain you're overreacting, and once you settle in and stop trying to find reasons to punish yourself, you'll get clarity. Believe me. This doesn't last. It never lasts.
I don't feel God anymore. I used to be able to feel him, to be able to talk to him, and now I'm just dead inside.
Can I drive, please?
You really don't think I'm gonna do it, huh?
Keep talking about it.
Get on board, and we don't have to be alone.
I think we are alone. That's the thing. We find meaning in meaningless things. We talk to this guy and ask for answers. I'm okay, really. And you will be too. You just need to get some distance. Stay with me for a while.
I don't want it.
Don't want what?
The baby.
You're not.
Do you want to get out of the car?
I want to drive.
Maybe if I pray, things can go back to the way they were. And maybe it'll never happen.
You don't have to hate yourself.
Don't I, though? End of play.
Thank you. She's probably ruined. And now The Page by Maya Maddox.
The Page, written by Maya Maddox and directed by Eilynna and Hsueh. Chastity opens the door to see Vera wrapping a journal. Chastity becomes rigid. She stares at what is halfway wrapped in a gift wrapper as she clenches her fist. Vera notices her in the doorway before she enters the room fully.
Mom, what are you doing? Daisy's Sweet 16 party starts in 10 minutes. Let's go.
Okay, just let me finish wrapping this journal first. You know, I found this in my old cupboard with all my cookbooks. You know how I got there?
No, I don't. We don't have time for this. We need to go.
Chastity, I gave this to you years ago. I thought that Daisy would have had this by now.
I must have misplaced it and forgot about it, okay? Can't you give it to her later?
What? No. It's her 16th birthday. I think it's the perfect time for her to have it. And how on earth can you forget the most cherished thing in our family?
I don't know. It must have slipped my mind.
Vera continues to wrap the journal.
You already gave her a gift card to Bath and Body Works. She doesn't need any more presents.
Nonsense. She deserves all the happiness she's going to feel today. I know she's been going through it. She needs this break. This journal is going to give her escape from her mind.
An escape from her mind? I think you're over-exaggerating. She just turned 16. The only thing she probably wants to escape from is her homework. I don't think she's ready for the amount of truth and intensity this journal holds. I'll tell you what, how about I take it home with me and give it to her when she's ready?
But why wait? Do you know that she came here crying to me the other day over some boy? She looks so broken.
Marlon? What happened?
That little boy took her virginity. Then the next day at school acted like he didn't know Daisy, like she was a stranger to him.
What? I didn't know. She seemed fine.
Of course. Of course you didn't know. We all seemed fine, Chastity. You need to talk to your daughter. She comes to me with her life issues all the time. I don't mind it, but you are her mother. I already raised you and your brothers. I should be finished. But because you can't get over this huge ego of yours, you can't be there for her. I have to. Look, this child is going through a lot right now. Please put aside whatever you're going through and focus on her.
What do you think I'm trying to do? You don't know how hard it is, Mom. I have a 16-year-old daughter who is going through probably the worst time of her life, and I can't do anything about it. Nothing. It's like I don't feel enough love and passion to reach out to her. That's my daughter. And I choose comfort and feeling uncomfortable in order to make her feel safe and wanted. I can't even. Oh, I can't even wrap my head around.
Chastity, all you have to do is talk.
Oh, you know what? You always feel so obligated to step into my life and into my child's life. You always make it seem as if I don't care about her. It's not that easy, Mom. You should know how hard this is for me. This isn't anything new. Wow, 37 years old and I'm still fighting the same demons. What's wrong with me?
Hey, just breathe.
How can I breathe when you're always up in my face and in my business? Can't you just step back and let me breathe? I didn't ask for your opinion. Stop acting like you know everything, because you don't.
Fine. I might not know everything, but I do know that Daisy needs a mother who will always have her arms open wide, like I was to you. Even if you never walked into my open arms, Daisy might walk into yours if you let her. And if you can't do that, this journal can. She'll be able to get past whatever is hurting her.
I know that Daisy is your granddaughter, but she is my daughter, my kid. That thing isn't what she needs right now.
When I gave you this journal, I thought it helped you. I thought you cherished it as much as I do.
It does mean a lot to me. I loved it so much.
Then why are you holding it from your daughter?
Because I can't. Giving her this journal will reveal a part of me that nobody knows. Since I was a child, I've lived with this bubble and I never wanted to pop, because if it pops, I don't know what I would do. I would be left feeling naked, vulnerable, and stuck. So I always decide to stay inside my bubble. And when when you first gave me this journal, I felt nothing, as if the world was bland and there was no use in trying to live in its dullness. But day after day, I read everything in here to help me. It did. I was able to pop the bubble that was preventing me from connecting with the world. I know this journal saved lives. It saved mine. But sometimes my bubble grows back. And the only thing I could do was go to the journal. And I wrote things in there that Daisy doesn't need to be reading.
I'm sure it's nothing compared to the precious memories written in here.
When something wasn't right in my life, I didn't go to you. I didn't go to Dad. I wrote in the journal. I've ruined it.
No, honey. No, you didn't ruin anything. It's still here. We can still pass it on. It's not too late if we give it to Daisy.
It's not fair to her. I can't let her get inside of my haunted memories. There are some things that are just better left unsaid. Come on, we have 5 minutes before the party starts.
This isn't what's best for that child. I know it isn't.
No, I know what's best and what's not best for my child.
Do you? Do you really? Then tell me, why is it that you think that this journal will break Daisy into pieces? What's so horrible in here that she'll be better off without it? What is so bad that you can't tell Daisy or can't tell me, your own mother? I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to tear down those walls inside of your brain so I can reach you. I know it's hard, but you have to talk to me. Let's forget about Daisy for a moment. Talk to me.
Ring, ring. Chastity pulls out her phone and stares at the screen.
Who is it?
Daisy.
Are you going to answer it?
Oh, this contact picture was taken on her 5th birthday. And she's smiling up at the sky because she loved the feeling of the cold snowfall on her cheeks. She's smiling as if nothing happened.
The phone stops ringing.
It's 3:00. The party should be starting right about now. We should get going.
Chastity takes the journal and stares at it.
I was so happy to see this again when Daisy was born. It was the first time I had seen it in years.
She touches the front cover of the journal with the tip of her fingers.
I was so excited to be able to share my life with my baby. I wrote in it once a year, every year on Daisy's birthday. On her first birthday, I wrote how she took her first steps trying to get to a donut that fell on the floor. On her second birthday, I wrote about how she drew lines all over the walls in blue Sharpie. Then on her third, I wrote about how she got sick from spinning around and threw up on you.
I remember that. It was my favorite blouse. She even got some in my necklace.
Really?
Yeah. I never wore it again after that. It just always had a smell.
And then on her fourth birthday, I didn't write about how much I love her and how much she's grown, because on her fourth birthday, he touched her.
What? Who?
Charles touched her, and that's why he left me all those years ago. I walked in on him touching my baby. Do you want her to read about that? Huh? Do you want her to read her own forgotten memory? It won't heal her. It won't teach her a lesson. I don't want to do that to her. I'm sorry for not telling you, Mom. It's just... Wait, what are you doing?
Shut up.
Mom, stop.
Shut up.
I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to talk to you or anyone else. I am sorry. I'm so sorry.
Why did you keep this from me?
If I can't open up to you about how I feel about myself, how on earth can I tell you about this? This was the worst day of my life. I will never forgive myself for staying quiet. Daisy will never forgive me too. Now, do you understand why she can't have this journal?
Daisy won't hate you. She turned 16 today. She's old enough to understand how hard it must have been for you.
Yeah, right.
You shouldn't be so hard on yourself. You told me now. You opened up to me and you told me the truth for the first time in forever. Claim that courage and be proud.
I've been holding it in for over a decade now. I told you, I still don't know what to do.
Cassidy snaps her head towards Vera.
What are you doing?
This page is the only thing that has made you look at this journal like it's a contagious disease. So we're going to take it out.
Take it out. That's it?
Yeah.
You're going to damage the family's prized possession?
The damage I have done to this journal is nothing compared to what this journal has done to you. We are going to give this to Daisy today. She is going to love it. She is going to cherish it. And when she gets to the page, we'll talk to her together.
Are you sure this is a good idea?
No. But we aren't going to let something as bad as this ruin the whole lot of good that this journal holds.
This will break her.
And we'll be right there to support her. Listen to her and be there for her. Together. We got this.
Okay. Okay.
Now, let's go celebrate the life of our angel.
They exit. End of play.
Thank you, the page. And now for our final play of this evening, The Funeral by Brandy Robinson.
Scene 1. Backyard. Old patio table surrounded by mismatched chairs. On the chairs are what seem to be baskets. On the table, pitcher of orange juice, glasses, and a plate of pastries. M, 40s, sits reading a small card, holding a handkerchief. Edie, 20 to 25, enters in tropical caftan with large crystal necklace, giving a small, slow spin.
I'm embracing my theatrical side.
Come over here. My precious Edie, finally home. It's so good you're here. Softer. You smell so good.
It's the jasmine. Thanks for the shower bomb.
So, come here. Flight was good?
Thankfully uneventful. I didn't mean to stay out all night. Cousin D insisted on lunch, then it was 2 a.m. What happened to the garden?
Oof. Died a while ago. Let me look at you. This is what you're wearing?
Yes.
Beautiful. And this crystal. Pretty. That retreat surely made an impression. You're here. Colorful. And so bright. You'll match the flowers.
When's Auntie Yolanda coming to get us?
Well, we got some time.
The house. It's like a time capsule. Very different, but I know it's the same house. Does all that make sense?
A rite of passage, of course. It's much smaller than it used to be.
Exactly. Energy trapped and preserved specifically for the adult child. For safekeeping.
You hold such strength. You amaze me. All the time.
Good morning to you too. Tart.
Oranges came from Pastor Ray, who has been such a blessing. I can't imagine anyone else doing his eulogy.
Yeah.
I told them only if they're gluten-free.
I'll try it. Oh.
New bakery. Opened last month.
The town's changed. And a lot is the same. Oh, the new high school, definitely an upgrade. We also went past the middle school, which is now the district office. So strange to see it transformed. Oh, Cousin D and I had FUN last night.
I bet you did. When's the last time you two were together?
When she came to visit 5 years ago. When I was walking out to her car, she said she didn't recognize me.
You lost weight. Or have you put it on? It's perfect is what it is. All that ocean did something. Look, you're here.
The retreat was glorious. First part was hell. The sunsets, I almost forgot how magical and surreal colors have the possibility of being. I decided right then, enough.
Let go and let God.
I was riding a unicorn the whole time.
Whatever you did worked. My heavens, you're just glowing.
Feels good to let go. That and lots of yoga.
Live in the now. I'm proud of you.
Thanks, Em.
I've never gotten used to that nickname.
Yeah, well, nicknames are for the ones who grant them, Mother.
Oh, dun, dun, dun. The famous eye roll.
Speaking of famous, the key to the city by the fireplace?
I'm the first in the church to have received one.
Impressive. You should have gotten one a long time ago. We were always in the car waiting for you to finish saving the world. I read somewhere that they gave Saddam Hussein a key to Detroit in the back day. Hilarious hypocrisy. Okay, so just my shoes.
Bring a sweater for the ceremony after the reception.
What ceremony?
After the service, the reception, then they're laying the plaque.
The what?
A plaque to recognize your brother's service to the church, going right in front of that beautiful old oak tree.
The old oak in the churchyard.
We have to honor your brother. That's what families do.
I only came out of duty. Yours.
It wasn't my idea. I can't say no. What would they think if I refused?
Kindly refused.
You never liked going to church.
I wasn't safe there. I never liked going because Robbie had everyone wrapped around his finger. He put me on display. No one second guessed him chasing me around that tree.
We have always taken precaution with you. We had a stern talk to Robbie about how we cannot do such things. It's not right. We put him into sports, chess, anything. When he's connected to Pastor Ray, sweetheart, the plaque. It's not disrespecting you because it's there. It's separate.
For you, it's separate.
You are so dark, Edie. It's not meant to hurt you. He never did anything great. His world was small. The church provided him with something, and I wanted to honor that part of him.
Listen to me. That tree saved me. He could taunt me, but he couldn't go further, not when I climbed that tree. And that part of the game was over. It can't go there.
I had no idea it would mean so much to you.
Now you do.
Your brother had his demons, but he did love you.
That's not love.
Oh, so you have all the answers now.
I know you honor his obsession with a place. He had domination over me at every turn. He didn't care about the church.
You didn't see how hard he tried. It's been over 10 years. You never visit. You would have never seen it. I didn't know how special the tree was. Heavenly Father, what did I do to deserve this?
I fly in. The first thing I do, I visit the old oak. I go and say hi, sit under her skirt, give thanks. It's where I go before anything, whenever I come home. Better yet, no plaque. Would you do that for me?
My alien child is what I call you. You visit a tree? I gave you God. What more could you want? Some kids don't even get that. All you had to do was walk a couple of feet and you could have found your salvation in the church. I didn't know what to do.
I wanted a mother.
I'm here.
You think I wear this crystal? Chant? Fucking eye yoga act this way because I want to? I'm holding on with both hands for dear life. God is not a shield. Are you kidding me?
I was trying to get him to direct his love to God, not you.
No wonder my concept of love is fucked.
He was always so attached to you. I tried to pull him away. I should have never let you two take baths together.
What the fuck? What movie have you been watching? He stopped because my body changed.
How did I live and breathe?
Take responsibility. Burn the fucking plaque.
Oh, my sweet Edie. It happened so long ago. You never gave us any problems. What was I supposed to think? You were exceptional. Not one warning flag.
Was it all too real?
What are you talking about now?
You always said you prayed and prayed. All you ever wanted was another baby to complete your perfect family. Me. And yet, when real things happen to me, it's like I was put back on the shelf. Playtime is over. Too much. Better come back when things die down. Me on a shelf with all those feelings and all that trauma.
You want me to defend myself. It's cruel.
2 years ago, the past dragged me into that hospital. The past filled me with liquor, sent me off into the street naked, calling out for Robbie. Look at this mess for what it is. Help me.
I tried to pack a bag and my fingers wouldn't move.
I was only a child.
Your brother was relentless. I put locks on your room, but you would never keep it locked. You worshipped him and he worshipped you.
I had to learn how to breathe, Mother. In the hospital, to breathe? I was fundamentally destroyed. My body had not taken a full breath since I was 3. My body had not been or allowed to heal. The sensation was electrifying and freeing. I wept. I wept. I am your alien child because it was so foreign to my body, air, outerworldly and pure. I cannot begin to describe the journey it has taken for me to get here in this spot, standing, please. You can make a difference now.
You're asking me to choose between my children.
I'm asking for you to do what's right.
You are destined to have a stellar life, Edie. You were beautiful from the day you were born.
Honor me. Silence. There's my answer. Bright as day, dark as night.
Edie stands up, bends down, and picks up a basket next to his chair and places it back on the chair. Edie picks up the basket again and slams it to the ground.
There.
The end.
Thank you, the funeral. I would like to just recognize the amazing performances, the incredible directing work that was done tonight, and invite all the actors to please open up your cameras so we can give you a curtain call, a Zoom curtain call. And I just want to just really applaud the committed performances. Just beautiful. It's so beautiful to watch how you came together to honor these wonderful works. So bravo to everybody, bravo to the directors as well. Really, really lovely, lovely performances. And now it's my pleasure to introduce to you another person who is going to lead us in a discussion and dialogue one-on-one with the different writers. So I'm going to invite the actors to close their cameras, and I'm going to invite Erin Henney, if you would open your camera. And I'll just say just a few brief words of introduction. Erin Henney is no stranger to PLAYWORKS. I believe this is your 4th or 5th time with us, 2nd time on remote PLAYWORKS. Erin is the artistic director of Theater Die Boek, is a frequent dramaturg, playwright at such venues as Theater at the Boston Court, the Magic Theater, and many, many others. It is a true pleasure to welcome you back to UCR and back to PLAYWORKS. And, you know, every year we challenge you more by giving you more and more plays to remember and recall. But I think we've also given you a very rich offering tonight. So I'm going to hand the baton to you, Erin.
Great. Thank you, Irit. And thanks everyone for your beautiful work, and congrats on a successful night and culmination of your work. And before I invite the first writer, I'll say for those watching, and also of course for the writers, that how this usually works is I spend about 5 minutes with each playwright. And it really is, for those watching in the audience, this is your opportunity to kind of see a little bit of a feedback session where I'm of course calling out the beautiful things that are working in the work, and also asking the writer some questions and offering some opportunities for how the work might continue to grow and evolve as well. So just so you know, that's kind of how this is going to be working. And writers, before I invite you, some of you have experienced this before. It's casual. We'll talk for a few minutes, and I hope it'll be helpful. And also, I just want to say, I've got your names in front of me. If I mispronounce your name, please do correct me. All right. So first, if I could have the playwright of The Mistake, Mayra, I believe, come join me.
Hello.
Hi. Did I say your name correctly?
Yes.
Excellent. Excellent. Mayra, nicely done. Good work, and good work to the team and the director and the actors. So really great work. So I always like to start with first just tell us a little bit about kind of the why, like what inspired you to write the work, what kind of was the thing you were reflecting on or wanted to talk about, or that you just thought of?
Yeah, I think I am just naturally drawn to comedy. I think comedy, especially during this time, is just something that we need, something like really lighthearted and just makes you feel good, just makes you laugh, kind of gets you out of your real world. So I definitely wanted to get a comedy piece written. I guess kind of to reflect on my own life. This was kind of, I was telling my partner while we were watching it earlier that it was very much like based in an alternate universe where he just got really drunk. But yeah, it was definitely like, I did do a few like little shout outs, like little things that we talk about in the piece.
Right. I love it. Okay. So, and so I want to start by saying what I really appreciated. You talk about the value of comedy, and I really appreciated a lot of comedy lives in high stakes for the characters, right? So that even if in the world, right, we're not talking about world ending things, but we're talking about for these characters, this is their world, right? This is how they make their living, how they get, right? So these concerns, and also you put people into heightened states, right? That here is somebody who is drunk and made assumptions because of being drunk, and then took a pretty extreme activity, and now suddenly the walls are crashing in, right? All of that's accomplished in maybe about 10 minutes, which is great and super clear. So really nicely done there. Yeah. So my question is, I have a question about the relationship. Talk to me about the relationship for a moment. I want to know a little bit more about how you view them, how long they've been together, kind of what the situation is between these two characters.
Yeah. So in the piece, in the stage directions, which I took out, I decided not to put a stage direction reader in the play, just for the sake of like really keeping it more intimate. I did mention that they were a very kooky couple. And in my, like, what my thought process was that they had been together since college. And they do a reference like, oh, like you haven't like hopped a fence since college. So they've definitely known each other for a long time. They know each other's kind of like, they know like where to like pinch each other. Like they're very like close, and they know like how to get on each other's nerves. And I think during rehearsals, when I would stop by, it was definitely something that I wanted to touch base on, of like, be sure like you all are in love, but there's this like one scenario, and to a certain extent, she's even like, why did I marry you? You are so dumb. How could you come up with this ridiculous idea? So as close as they are, they definitely like got themselves into a mistake for sure.
Yeah. So I think so. I really got that. I appreciate the clarity on also, and for those watching, it's important even in these short plays to know that much about the relationship, right? Because we have to sense all the time and all the dynamics that are present, even if we're only getting a glimpse. So I thought you did a good job of that. And just one thought for next steps in the play connected to that. Yeah. It might be worth considering how you make the tensions that are present in the relationship even more present. Because I think that what happened is comedy, again, lives in these kind of high stakes, high tension. And what happened, right, is there's moments of real tension between them. But the historical problems, I mean, she alludes to his weight, there are other things that come up, but the historical things that might actually make this even higher stakes, right? Especially because she's about to throw herself, in his place and take the blame. That what I think might be worth considering is even writing yourself a scene where more of that comes up, and then you can layer it into this scene, because that will make it richer and deeper and actually funnier. Because when couples bring up old resentments of things they've been holding on to that they then use as weapons, those weapons become jokes to the audience, even though between them it hurts. So I think that might be a way to push even further what you've done. Does that resonate with you? Any questions about that?
Yeah, no, definitely. I will mention that in a prior draft, my very first, like when I actually submitted this assignment, the debacle, like the debate between like the pizza boy, that was a whole like big spiel. And I decided to take it out just to like change and move things around.
Yeah.
But totally understand about like creating more tension in order for like the ending to kind of make more sense and really like land better.
Exactly. And it also, because when you have a two-hander, right? A 2-character piece. Everything lives in those layers of relationship. And so the more those layers can show up, the more heights you can reach. And so I think, and it's always tricky in a 10-minute play, right? Because we have to make decisions about what to cut and what to keep. But I think a little more geography in that area would kind of up the tension and kind of achieve your goals even more effectively. But I think that being said, really great work. And I think that's the area I would go and maybe even experiment with and see what happens.
Yeah, thank you so much for your comment.
Nice, of course, nicely done. And again, good job, team. And I was laughing here on my end, and that was certainly your goal. So good work. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Great. So next, I would like to invite the playwright from Stop the Unstoppable, Eilynna. Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, that's
great.
me.
Great. Hi, Eilynna.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm well, thank you. So again, really good work. I always like to start, as you just heard, with tell us a little bit about kind of how this idea was birthed.
I mean, Mayra said it pretty well already. I think that during our time, we do need a bit of comedy, but I also wanted to bring back a little bit of nostalgia from like 80s and 90s, like Saturday morning cartoons. So I based a lot of my play off of that. And I also was really inspired by SpongeBob SquarePants, the Barnacle Boy. So that was what I inspired my characters from.
I love it. I love it. I'm hearing, between you and Mayra, this, we are in a moment where comedy is very welcome, right? And so I appreciate that. And I appreciate, as you talk about SpongeBob, you allowed the piece to live in its full absurdity, right? Which I think is really important in a piece like this. And it's not to be tossed away as being important. We take it for granted, but actually sometimes when people write drafts of pieces like this, they don't allow the full measure of the absurdity to be true, right? They wink at the audience instead of allowing for the people inside of it to take it totally seriously, and this is their reality. And what you did a good job of is the people in this story, this was their reality, and therefore we find it funny. They're not laughing at it, we are. And I think that's really great. And sometimes we miss that. So really good work. I also thought you accomplished a lot in terms of just plot, right? We understand the stakes. You refer to this sort of Captain Marvelous, is that right?
Yeah.
Was that the character's name? Captain Marvelous figure. And so we understand that there's jealousy and there's power dynamics, and you do it without spending a lot of time on that exposition, but enough that we understand. So that is skillfully done as well. So I think I'm just looking here at my notes. I'm curious about, talk to me about, if you had to choose between the characters, whose story is it? Would you say, if you had to choose a protagonist, and it's always tricky in an intimate piece, but is it the fathers or the daughters?
I would say it's the father's, because he has a lot of change that happens through. I wouldn't say that like Fearless, like the daughter, she doesn't have less importance in it, but I definitely do feel like it's more of the father's story more than anything.
Great. So I think I agree with you, because you are right. He is the one who has to go through kind of the most change, while she is receiving new information, but he is going through the largest change in terms of his relationship to who he is and how he operates in the world, right? So one thing I would offer is that, her need to have him be a hero, which is built in there. I actually think if you allow that to be stronger and larger, that her sort of attempts to keep him as the hero are the engine that push him to change and grow. Because I think right now we spend a lot of time with setup, which we need to, plus it's a whole life flipping, altering thing for her of finding out right, how he identifies as the villain, not the hero. So you're already doing a lot of things that require attention. And I think in order for us to believe that she's going to be sort of as loving and such in the way that she is, I think it would help for us to even more understand that it's because she has a need for him to be the hero, right? And you allude to this, she has lines about it, but I think you can push it even further, that her whole understanding of who he is attached to who she is. And it's much like, I mean, you're obviously dealing with metaphors of parents and how we view them and the reality of accepting who they are. And I think if you spend more time there, you might save time elsewhere, but spending time there will help make it stronger and stronger. And therefore the comedy will be greater and the change in the character will be clearer. Does that make sense to you?
It makes total sense. I saw a lot of that too. So I definitely do need, I definitely do want to work on it more and, make it like, I guess more perfect is a word, but like, yeah, I definitely want to keep growing with everything that I'm doing.
Great. So really good work. And I think just remember to stick with that character need and allow it to blossom, but all the pieces are there. And so really nicely done. Thank you for your good work. And again, congrats to the team.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Great job. All right, we're going to keep rolling. Detention 19, Jayla.
Hey.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. Congrats to the team. Nice work. And as usual, tell us a little bit about giving birth to this idea of the Zoom detention.
So last year when classes first moved to being online, spring quarter was like our first fully online quarter. And then I was taking the advanced playwriting class at the time. But one night I was really racking my brain going, wait a second, how are kids gonna do detention? Like, that's kind of stupid to keep a bunch of kids like on Zoom for detention. Then I saw this video of like kids kicking their teacher out of a Zoom chat. And I was like, why would people do that? So that's how this happened.
Great. So it's a very current premise, right? And this is often how plays are born. We're like, what would this be? How does it operate, right? So what I really appreciated was you did sort of a classic setup of the kind of misfits in the detention together, and they are extreme characters, right? Especially you have the actor fellow who is right, and you've got it is very clear when they enter what their situations are. You've got the one who's sort of the prankster, you've got the actor, you've got prankster / being mischievous. You've got the one who like seemingly is really good, but in detention all the time and is worried about things. And you've got the teacher who is trying to keep her kind of professionalism while actually under a lot of tension and stress because of tension at home and worried about her job and money and all of those things. So one is I also really appreciated you layered in some things about the nature of what especially educators are dealing with in this moment. So even in this comic world, you gave us a glimpse into some real challenges for people. So nicely done and really clear. Setups, especially quickly, can be hard. And the fact that you gave us that and we understood it really quickly was really strong. So I think I had one or two questions, which is, I wondered, the very thing that I loved about the setup was also where I had a question, which is, so before I give you kind of my question, I want to ask a question related to it, which is, so you told me just what your idea was. What were you curious to explore or say in the piece? Like, tell me a little bit about where you wanted to get us or what you wanted to leave us feeling.
I think just the fact that putting school, like especially during a pandemic, is putting that as a priority to me seems really not right, especially since people have lives going on outside of what's going on in Zoom school.
Yeah. So I think, okay, so that's great. So I think there are a few things that maybe could help that desire to kind of help us see that. I think one is you give us this reveal with the teacher and her child and the tension she's under. And she, at least in the staging, she come back and she's more harried and all of that. And I wondered if you could spend a little bit more of the landscape of the play dropping that in. So she spends a lot of time on just kind of disciplining and saying, we have to be here. And the walls crashing in, the idea of all of these things kind of pulling her away in attention. I wondered, and this is often where comedy lives, if not only do we hear a child, but we hear a dog, and we also hear this. So what we do is by the time we get to the end where she's like, somebody kicked me off the Zoom, that we understand it is at the top of the mountain, not on the way up it, right? That in other words, that comedy exists in an accumulation. And what you gave us instead was like a huge thing that happened and then blew up. And I actually think that thinking about the accumulation. What are all the pressures that, and you already plant seeds of this: pressure from work, pressure from money. Are there other things in her environment? Do we hear neighbors? Do we hear, right? So suddenly when we get to that moment, we really understand that she's overwhelmed. And I think that could help. And then you don't have to spend as much time on the very beginning, which is when people are entered in, because we understand pretty quickly who they are. So you can then spend more time on kind of the point you want to make. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I like that idea. It helps a lot. Thank you.
Yeah. So allow yourself to kind of let it grow. And that way you can be even truer to your intentions. So really great work, though. I think you have a beautiful setup, and I think you can keep going. But it, you know, again, I enjoyed it, and I appreciated. I was able to understand kind of what you were getting at, what you were saying about the world we're in, even in this kind of comic setup. So nicely done.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Good job, Jayla. Thank you. All right. I always like to pause here just for a moment and say, and just thank you to the writers. You know, this can feel really high pressure. Suddenly, like, you've just had your play read, and now you're getting feedback right away. So I also want to thank you for your generosity as I offer the feedback. And it's really in the spirit of kind of helping you to grow as writers while also honoring the great work you've done. So I just wanted to say thank you for being open, especially in this public forum. So let's go to robbing reputation. Aspen. Hi, Aspen. Hello. Good to see you. So great work again, and congrats to the team and director and actors and all of that. And I would love to hear a little bit about the inspiration for this this robbing expert having a thwarted or unsuccessful robbery attempt.
Yeah, so I remember having to write this for intermediate playwriting. She just said, "You have a week, right? You have a week to write this thing." I said, "Stick." Robbing with a stick. I don't know where it came from, but it popped in my mind. I just ran with it. The first drafts, terrible. You know, the characters were all over the place. And when I first submitted it, my professor Kate was like, "Girl, you didn't even correct this." And she's like, "I have an idea. What about you introduce a robbing school?" And I'm like, "Okay, I see you." Like, it was, so that just kind of exploded with everything else I already originally had from the first draft, or the first like thinking of it, where I want it to be funny. I want it to be this thing where it's like, whoa, a robbery with a stick. You wouldn't really expect that, right? But there's a lot of small moments. So I don't know, I wouldn't expect being robbed with a stick. I thought that was funny, ran with it, and we came here. So
yeah. Nice. I like hearing, you know, the sort of kernel, and then it grows into this, what do I do with that? Right. Often when I'm writing plays, I'll say to people will say, well, what was the impetus? Right. And it's often something small that then you have to build a whole structure around. Right. So I appreciate that. Yeah. So I really appreciated your patience as a writer, that even in this 10 or 15-minute piece, that you kind of plant us seeds, but we don't know exactly what's going on until we know. Right. We're presented with this professional person, car dealing with, and we kind of think we understand the situation, and pretty quickly it's upended. And then you really, as I've said to one or two other writers, you really lean into the absurdity of it, which I appreciate, that you don't back away from it. You kind of say, this is the world we're in, where this is a reality. And you then even layer in additional things like, you know, it's cool with the cops now, she's on the good side, I've worked it out, right? So you even layer in some other things about the reality that allow it to exist, even though obviously in our own world it feels like it not quite a match, but you make it a match because you surround it with things that we can accept. So I appreciated that.
Thank you.
I'm curious, so I have a question.
Okay.
Why, so this all happens. Talk to me about why she, towards the end, what's your thinking about why she says, okay, I'll take you on?
I think in a sense, obviously I was very confused about my own ending. I was like, I don't know.
I appreciate the honesty. Okay.
Right? You know, like, I was confused what I was going to do for the ending, but I felt like towards the ending, she kind of sees this person who really wants to try, who's probably been, you know, denied out of many opportunities in his life. And she kind of, I think almost she sees a piece of herself, because we don't really know where she began, right? And I feel like that's not really explained in the play. Where did she start from? Was she like this? And I think I wanted to kind of maybe imply that she sees her in him. She's just the person who's really excited. Obviously, she's kind of a big figure for him, but she also sees, okay, I started out somewhere, this kid needs to start out somewhere too, and maybe I can help him get there faster than what I went through, right? So that was kind of like the implication. Obviously, I felt like sometimes like the end was like, oh, she's just gonna accept him like that, but it's kind of like she's like, oh, you're my passion project, right? She's really kind of confident about robbing. You know, she went to jail first, she spent time, but she's still here. She's like, I'm not gonna give up my passion, and you shouldn't either. It's kind of the message I was kind of going for.
Cool. So here's what I would say about that, which is I love that as a concept, right? That one is that maybe she herself has a history that why this in some way matches her own history, you know, that somebody had to help her or she had to find her way. And two, this idea of the value of passion. She's passionate. So this person who's passionate but imperfect, she wants to take that on. I love that. I think you might do yourself a favor if you move it a little out of subtext. So right now that's all subtext, right? So I as the audience member have to make a lot of leaps to understand why she's making this choice. And if this were part of a longer piece, I could accept that, because then in the next scene, she reveals, you know, when I was, right? But because this is a play in and of itself, I haven't been set up for her to make that choice, right? So I have to kind of make all the leaps you just expressed, but it exists only underneath the text, not in the text itself. And so you might consider working on this in two ways for either this or future plays as you consider this, which is one, you can let her have the moment where he so overwhelmed her with his being inept and his but combined with passion that it comes pouring out of her, right? That she's like, yeah, I hate to admit it, but I was just like you, right? Like I'm not suggesting you use my words. I'm just offering that that's one option, that you allow it to come pouring out, or that you plant more seeds throughout, that there's something in the way she deals with him or speaks with him that we understand that there's something in her own history, or we get glimpses of her own passion. You know, does she talk about robbing in a passionate way? Do they have a moment of connecting around that passion? Because you talk about passion, but we don't see them connecting around passion, right?
Yeah, I definitely think that could be in there more. I would definitely kind of give grounds to maybe why she accepts him, takes him on, and she's like, oh, I'm passionate too. So yeah.
Exactly. And I think then the payoff you want, I'm not having as an audience member to kind of work towards, you've given it to me. And so I think that would really help. But really great work, and thank you for sharing it with us.
Thank you.
Thanks. Cool. We're going to keep going. Give me sugar. Miranda, please. Miranda Sun.
Yes. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Thank you. And congrats to you and the whole team, director and actors. And so tell us a little about kind of the starting place of this piece.
Yeah. So like being in college, you know, it's just there's a big culture of, you know, like sugar babies. And I wanted to explore that topic in a little bit more of a lighthearted way, and show kind of like moral gray areas in a way that kind of shows different sides of the perspective. And I wanted to, you know, leave the audience with the question of like to answer that in their own minds. So yeah.
So I really appreciated that you present us with this situation. I appreciated also the patience of we're a little lightly unclear, as I think by design in the first couple minutes, of what exactly is going on. Is this what we understand, that there are power dynamics and age dynamics and other things happening, but we don't yet know until we know, right? A minute or two, a couple minutes in. And I appreciate, based on what you just said, that you do present us with a situation and we get to hear some argument on both sides of kind of its value, and you dig into questions of esteem and questions of how one is seen and how one sees others. And I thought that was well done, and you do it very succinctly, right? It's classic playwriting, in that we are in a contained single place, and these issues come up because of an interaction between primarily two people. I mean, there's obviously the man at the beginning. So I really appreciated that you give us all of that to explore very efficiently. And I think that's great. And that's often good playwriting is about compression, right? We compress time and space so that we can explore things efficiently. So really nicely done. Based on what you said, I think I'd love to hear you just talk for a moment about power. You know, the main figure in the piece talks about having power. And can you just say a little bit more about the exploration of that you were interested in?
Yeah, so I did want to show that the protagonist's struggle was with gaining power and finding different ways to do so, and like whether something that's supposed to be empowering can actually do the opposite or vice versa.
Yeah.
And kind of navigating that as a young person can be difficult. And I also wanted to find a way at the end to sort of find power more with the young people, kind of finding power more from within instead of from an external source. Yeah. So yeah.
So based on your answer, and you might be feeling this, right? That you're interested in some really complex questions. And what I wondered, so this is the thing to consider. Sometimes I say to people, here's the good news. You may have room in this piece to expand it because you allude, it really struck me, that moment where a character brings up power. It really struck me as this might be central to the argument of the piece. But because you were also taking care of so many other things, which is the relationship between these two women, you were taking care of questions of esteem and beauty and how one sees oneself, because all of that was in there. The power question, which it's in some ways was at the core of your main character's argument, got a little bit of short shrift, right? Like she brings it up, but then we move on to other things. And some of that is because of a 10-minute play. You only have so much room. And so one thing when I hit moments like this as a playwright, what I say is, I need to spend a little time. What happens if I write the scene that is only about that? And then I can go back and expand the piece and kind of fit it in. But what happens if I really play out the power argument? Because all the complexities you just expressed were, again, there in the subtext in the piece. I just mentioned subtext before, but they weren't fully explored. And if that's actually part of what you're really up to, I think you have room. And it might actually make the piece richer and deeper. And it may mean that it doesn't feel as resolved at the end, but that's okay.
For sure. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Cool. Any questions?
Yeah. Did you mean like writing a full scene and then incorporating that into the shorter play?
Yeah. So for those watching, I sometimes recommend this, that if you have a topic that's like, I think this may be at the core of the scene, I'm going to write a 3-page sequence of them just talking about this, and then go back to the play and say, how does this weave in? Maybe I only keep half of it, but I give myself the room to not try and fit it into the play and fit it in later so that I can really allow myself to explore it.
Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Cool.
Great.
Thank you so much. Good work.
Thank you.
Yeah, nicely done. So much appreciated. All right. Hail Mary, Grace LemMon. Hi.
Hi.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
So good work, and so I'd love to hear. So this definite big moment of new beginnings, or however you may want to describe it. With so I would love to hear kind of your inspiration for this story of this coach and this mascot turned soon to be player.
Yeah, well, it's actually inspired by my brothers. I'm one of 5 and I have 3 brothers, and my oldest one is a football coach, and my youngest one is going to be a junior in high school, and he's a football player. And so over quarantine, I watched a lot of them like working out together and like getting it together, and I was really inspired by that like brotherly relationship, and I kind of wanted to translate that a little bit into this play where it had that absurd situation where you have like the meek coming into a big position and seeing what happens in that, even though, you know, I obviously don't want my brothers going through that situation, but
sure.
Yeah, it was definitely about that like bond and growing up in that situation.
Cool. So I really appreciate, hearing that of kind of when you talked about the meek stepping in and layering that and interweaving that with questions of faith and the narratives we tell, especially from certain religious perspectives, right? And I think that you were really playing with some interesting interweaving there. I also really appreciated the clarity of kind of high stakes beginning, right? Somebody's in a state, something has happened to them, they're praying, we understand that we're in a moment of something heightened and a large need. And I think that that's very effective. And then you kind of inject some absurdity, right? So we're in this kind of heightened moment, and then you've got this character who is both of the world and separate from the world being called on to participate. So I thought that was really nicely done and clear. And, we both, that character, Timmy, right, who comes in that we both are rooting for and scared for simultaneously, right? That's I thought, also a nice thing to be able to do quickly, to have us both root for and be concerned for. So I have a faith question for you, because the piece towards the end gets into questions of a little bit of faith. Timmy alludes to there's some questions of, do you believe in God, right? This comes up. So just talk to me a little bit about that, about like what you wanted to explore there.
Yeah, I think a big part of this is we see Coach Matthew, who is this like very devout, obviously, whether it's because of his head trauma or because of his own bringing, that he is really devout in his religion. Then we see Timmy, who's younger, and he's younger than me, and he's exploring his ideals, I guess. And the coach asks him a lot about that, where he's like, what do you believe in? And he's like, well, evolution, but also maybe a higher power. And I don't really know.
Right.
Like the big exploration, in a sense, for me was more about like, you don't have to really know right now, and you don't really have to know it all. But if you can just place your faith in something and believe for the person who is placing their faith in something, it was more about like respecting the other person's belief and kind of moving with that.
Yeah.
Versus like, this is the right thing or this is the wrong thing. Because we see a lot of that like humor in Timmy's kind of ideation of Christianity and whatever that entailed for him in his mind.
Cool. So the reason I ask is there's an interesting moment, I think, towards the end. I have a note here where Timmy has this whole like, I'll renounce God. He goes down this, I can't remember the exact terms, right? Where he goes, right? And I want to point out something to consider about, based on what you just said you were interested in exploring, that early on you plant seeds throughout for us that Timmy is not a person of faith in particular, right? I don't know if I believe, or he's a person, he sort of has an agnostic relationship to it. It's very uncommitted, very questioning. And then you have this moment where you kind of go for the laugh. But in going for the laugh, it's the writer going for the laugh instead of the character, right? Because that character, we've just learned, is not somebody who that would be a big deal. In his state, it wouldn't be about necessarily renouncing God, because we've learned that that's not where he lives, right? And so I'm saying this because I think that because you're interested inside this comic heightened dramedy setup of exploring these issues, you want to be really true to who the characters are, because then it'll make it even stronger, right? Because then suddenly, if Matthew is saying, Timmy, I'm putting my faith in you, right? That suddenly the weight of that is what Timmy's holding. And then questions of faith are about questions of self. They aren't just about questions of higher power. Right. And then suddenly you have a complex exploration, which is what you're going for. You've got Matthew as these certain beliefs. You've got Timmy who doesn't know what he believes. And suddenly those two meet. So I think you want to be careful to allow yourself room. And I'll give you a similar note to what I just gave to Miranda, which is, what happens if you play that out more? What happens if you write more around that? I have faith in you. I'm dead. That dance, which could be comic, but also will, I think, give more weight to the things you're exploring. After all, the piece is called Hail Mary, right? So there's you are clearly using it as a double entendre, but having a double meaning. But so I think it's worth you going there and allowing the characters to tell you what they want to say, so that they will kind of inform you. Does that resonate with you?
Yeah, so I think that would definitely give it more of a genuine response from the character side too, than just going for like, I get what you're saying about like the writer laugh versus the character, moment. That totally makes sense. Yeah.
Cool. Great work. And nicely done. Thanks for talking it through.
Yeah.
Awesome. Great. We're gonna keep going, friends. Knockout punch. Evans Velasco. Hi. Good to see you. All right. How are you?
I'm pretty good.
Good. So tell us a little of the inspiration for this piece. We're in that locker room post match, and tell us about what set you off on the path.
Well, to be honest, I went on a whole kick at that time where I was just watching like fighting movies. I was like, I'm gonna watch all the Rockies, I'm gonna watch The Fighter, I'm gonna watch like any movie that involves somebody punching another person for sport. Like I want to see it.
Yeah.
And I just noticed like certain motifs in the stories, like it's very much about a bond, like whether that be the bond between like a brother or a trainer or someone that like, because when you're like trying to be a fighter, you're concentrating on training and eating right and trying to stay in your weight class.
Yeah.
And so you basically need someone else to handle like money and setting up fights and all these other things. And I kind of had the idea is like, what if we see these two guys that have just been doing it, but they've been doing it wrong? Like, and they've been ripping people off. And now like this guy's beating his fighter basically down to like nothing. And we see to where he finally starts to like buck back.
Yeah. Cool. I definitely felt the filmic and other inspirations, right? I heard a little, I could have been a contender in there. I heard some of these other inspirations, right? So I really appreciated that. I also really appreciated, again, I've been talking about compression, theatrical compression, that the scope of the story you were telling was very big for 10, 15 minutes, right? I threw the match. We got, or I didn't throw the match. I was supposed to. We got the tension between the brothers. We got the danger of what that would mean. We got the concern from the brother who won the match, saying, this is my only shot to be any success, even in a minimal way. We got the kind of head crime figure coming in and threatening. We got it. We want you to kill somebody, right?
Right.
Right.
And The Wire,
yeah.
Like
And then The Wire. So that's and I'm pointing it out because to remind the audience as they're watching, like that's 15 minutes. Like that is a huge amount of plot for 15 minutes. And I mean that positively. Like you really you did a good job of compression of that is very difficult to do, to fit that much in a short period in a way that doesn't feel pushed. So really good, really nicely done.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the question that came up for me was about the relationship between the brothers. And I just want to hear for just a moment about like, what do you think their history is in terms of have they always been sort of on the same page? Have they often been at odds? Like, tell me a little bit about them.
Well, I think like it starts from where they were young. I think the younger brother like had this tremendous just physical ability to where he was looked at as like the ticket, for lack of a better word, that like he's going to get them out of the slums, basically.
Yeah.
And so as younger brothers do, they look up to their older brother. And he kind of thought of his older brother, like his older brother's a little bit of a schemer and clearly a shyster, like not like a honorable person, but he thinks like he uses that and he's able to do what he does, like because he uses his head.
Yeah.
And so he's kind of relinquished control of his career for a long time to his older brother, who's used it basically for quick gains.
Yeah.
Not really thinking long term about like, maybe we shouldn't have thrown the Golden Gloves fight. Like maybe like, just thinking small in a way. And so I think like at that point when they're in the locker room, it just comes to a head where he's just like, look, the younger brother, is like, I'm not going to take this anymore.
Yeah.
And like, by the end of the story, once he reveals that he had the wire, where he's like, this is where I take control. Like, I had to make a choice for us.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where, yeah.
Great. So this is one of those, I've been giving some people sort of like kind of make it tighter directions. I've been giving others kind of expand. My feeling here was that, so I just praised all the ways that you compressed and got us all the info. I did wonder, I kind of felt like in that the primary scene, that first scene between the brothers, it felt to me like you as a writer had the classic desire to unpack those resentments between them, those power dynamics between them. But because you had so much plot to cover, you had to only hit this layer of it, right? Instead of the really deep, like, what is it to love somebody while also resenting them? What is it for one of them to have the strength, but the other actually to, in a way, have the power? And I felt like because you wanted to cover so much ground in terms of the plot, that emotional story and that emotional baggage, all the stuff they had to work through there, we didn't get to fully experience. And I think there's room to allow yourself to either do that there or on the back end when we get the reveal of the wire. That's the other place it could happen. But it felt like you touch it, but you don't quite go all the way with it. And that might need to be a short play in and of itself, because that's actually where the power is.
I like that. I think that's great feedback. Thank you for that.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Nicely done. Thanks, Evans. And Evans, right? And good work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely. Cool. Broken Things. Robert, please join me. Orantes, is that right?
Yes.
Great. Hello. So again, congrats to the team, director and actors. And if I didn't say that to the Knockout Punch crew, to you as well. So thank you. And so tell us a little bit about Broken Things, about the inspiration for it.
So in class, we were doing a writing exercise where we were given an object and a location. And I'm a firm believer of like, you can make a story out of anything. So the object I got was a piggy bank and the location was a laundromat. So it got me thinking, okay, why would somebody bring a piggy bank to a laundromat? Obviously, they're going to smash it, use some money. What kind of person, like, is it a kid? And I was like, no, it has to be like a man. What kind of man would break a piggy bank to use at a laundromat? And I was like, well, obviously a father who stole from their child. And I thought about what kind of story could be told with the father kind of explaining to his child that like he took money from them. Like how do you approach that? So it just kept webbing off into that. And then eventually the word that came to me was desperation. So that was kind of like the theme.
Yeah, great. Well, nicely done. What I really appreciated here was, and it's funny you brought up the object, right? The Jimmy Dean, is that I appreciate the way, and people sometimes forget this, and it's great you had this exercise of this, the way in which objects can become a container, even a broken one, for experience, that because they are tangible, they are a vehicle. And I thought you did that really well, that this broken object, this broken thing, becomes the way in which to reveal history, tensions, needs, even down to then when the uncle comes in and we learn that like the financial situation and the need for the next step of what they're going to do in order, and this is going to be the last one, let's do a lot of it tonight, get it done, right? And so I thought you also really, so that was really nicely done and clear. And I also thought that when you bring in the uncle, that dynamic between brothers, which we were just talking about, dynamics between brothers, I could really feel of who has the power, classic high-low status stuff, which is where a lot of scenes live, who has the high status and who has the low status. And clearly the uncle had the higher status, and this allows for manipulation and all kinds of power dynamics to play out. So really nicely done. So my question is about the kind of first half of the piece, which is between the father and daughter. And how does the daughter feel about dad at this point?
So originally the daughter was supposed to be younger, and as I made the rewrite, I made her up to 13. So I kind of had trouble to kind of change that a bit. I guess her feelings towards her father, she loves him, but I guess she's just there, you know. She obviously feels hurt about the piggy bank, but she loves her dad because that's all she has left, and I think that's what she realizes. Even though he did this bad thing, still her dad. So
So I think your answer had the key to my note, which is, and I think you may have heard yourself say it, right? Which is, she's just kind of there, right? And the thing is, and I mean that, and I don't mean that too critically. I just mean that, you know, I'm kind of saying your own words, which is that, especially in a short play, the amount of conflict and tension needs to be constantly pulsing because it's a short piece, right? You don't have that room like we have in a big play where you can kind of play out subtext and things get revealed. And so something to consider is that you just, I think, have the key to it, which is she loves her dad because it's all she has left, right? It's all she has. And I think, especially now that she's 13 and not 7 or 8 or 6 or, you know, what have you, that you can allow that need on her part to play out in the scene more. That what is it to actually be disappointed and upset, but to hold that upset back? Right now, it doesn't feel like she's holding her upset back. It feels like she's sort of like, okay, I forgive you, it's okay. When in fact, tension and conflict can come if she's trying for it to be okay. Or if it's not okay and she really lets that out and then has to recover because she's doesn't know, or the dad has to recover from that. So something to consider is, I think, especially in the first half of the piece, because it's where we enter the piece, you want us to enter the piece with conflict and tension, because that's what'll carry us through. And that conflict can be from within or it can be from without between them. But I think you might want to up that and allow her feelings to show up more on the surface, which will then give the piece a little bit more forward motion. Does that resonate, or do you have questions about that?
No, that's something I was concerned about, because at the heart of it, I wanted it to be a difficult conversation between a father and daughter. And you're kind of validating my concerns. I'm just like, oh yeah, I need to work on that, and I need to make it more, stronger. As I was rewriting it, I kind of had like the two interactions, father, daughter, brother, and brother. And as I was rewriting it, the father and daughter part grew, and I was just pushing down the brother part. Right. And I was like, I got to stop. Wait, I need to make room for the brothers. But I think when I continue it, I'm just going to focus more on the daughter and father and see where that takes me. If the brother, makes it, cool. If not, fine.
You know what? I think that's a great approach. Allow yourself to play it out and allow that heart of the matter to play out. And then you'll see where the play takes you. I think that's super smart. So nicely done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, good work. Good work. Great. So we're going to keep going. And I'd like to welcome Angel Garcia, not a third.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good, and you?
I'm doing well, thank you. So nicely done to the directors and the actors, and they really allowed us to hear the piece. So tell us a little bit about the inspiration for it.
I sat down when I was doing, this was an assignment originally. And so I sat down and I thought, well, what would happen if, a previous horrible person realized they were an awful person? Because there's a huge difference between being one and genuinely realizing you're not the greatest. And so I got that, and I rolled with it, and I saw where this would lead me. And essentially it led me to this man who's trying to redeem himself with this past, his past victim. He thinks this is how he finds redemption. Yeah. Because he doesn't know any better, essentially.
Yeah. So I appreciated, I hear that. And I appreciated the way in which you put that in a container, right? Of a time-based container. She has a 10-minute break on work. He's there, and we have to deal with this reality. And so all of those things of wanting to make amends, and trying to be a new person and trying to do the right thing are contained by this kind of, I know I have a limited time period to get your attention and to make my point, which again gives dramatic tension. So I thought that was really nicely done. And I also thought you did a good job of giving us exposition without it feeling like exposition, right? Like the learning where he's been for the last couple of years, and the abuse that happened in the relationship, and that we learn that in a way that doesn't feel like the writer telling us. It's them kind of making points to each other and expressing their needs or their defenses. And I think that's really good, because sometimes we get that information, especially in a 10-minute play, and can feel like the writer is needing to tell us. And in this case, I really appreciated that it was coming from them. So really nicely done.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So I had a question about, I'm going to ask the why does she stay question. So she walks out and there he is. Talk to me about kind of her response to him. Like, I'd love to know why does she stay to hear him out?
So my thing about Dee is, through everything that she's been through, she is still a kind person, a hardened soul, yet kind enough to humor even possibly the last person in the world. She should humor. And even though you can see she's agitated and she's frustrated and she's pissed that he's even there, she stays because she knows that what he's trying to do, and she wants to correct that.
Yeah. So I have one thought about that, and then one other thought, which is I think that I think even a little bit more of a sense of that might help us, because watching this, I'm like, as soon as I learn, he was abusive and she's possibly in a new relationship, if what she's telling is truthful, and that she's not wanting to ever see him again, and she's moved on, that the fact that he suddenly shows up, which is already a huge thing, and that her resistance to it is fairly low. And I think that it's something you may have to grapple with, which is even something as simple as she goes to walk away or says she's going to call the manager, and he says, please just talk to me, right? I'm not trying to be too prescriptive. I mean, I'm just pointing out to you that I think there are opportunities that the setup will allow us to ease into to accept the rest of the piece, if we understand that she either has more resistance, or we really understand she's opting to stay because she's a nice person and she's trying to be compassionate, And I think right now we're not clear on either. So that's just something to think about that may help kind of carry us through. Two is, he says to her late in the play, what are you not saying? Right? He kind of, I'm paraphrasing. And as a listener, I was like, she seems to be saying it all. And I wondered if you as a writer wanted something to be said, but I wasn't sure. To me, I wasn't sure what he was asking for. Like, what was he looking for her to say?
Yeah, so that line, it was a little forced. And I wanted to start a dialogue on how she feels about the fact that, maybe potentially he has changed to some degree, that he's probably not capable of being who he was before. And I really wanted to give a section to that kind of admission, that it hurts to know that you had the potential to be a different person the entirety of the time. And it took you this long, because time stops for nobody ever.
Right.
But it was definitely
so something to consider. And again, this is good for the audience to hear too, is sometimes we want something to be expressed in a piece, and so we wind up kind of jerry-rigging, right? We kind of make a line to kind of make that happen. And I think sometimes we write the play, and sometimes we have to let the characters write us. And I think one of the things to think about is, why do these characters need to express it? Why does she need to say this, as opposed to him thinking, because he's really searching for her to say something, and he really pushes her in a way that's multi-tactic, as opposed to one tactic, which is tell me the thing you're not saying, because it sounds like you felt it too. So that's just something to consider about, how do you let it come from them in a way that's tactic based or strategy based, or an outpouring, as opposed to something you as the writer want to make sure gets expressed, right? So but those were my major things to consider. Cool. Any questions?
Well, not now that I'm on the spot. Any other kind of structural kind of tips you could provide?
So it's a great question. I'll make this a general note too, is kind of what I said at the top. The structural thing I would point out is that you want to increase the stakes by increasing resistance. So for example, he's there showing up after years. Is he stalking? What's going on? Allowing the most extreme version of the response to occur as opposed to the most calm version. And that then sets us on a path, because then all characters have to deal with that. Oh, she wants to leave, because then suddenly he's also trying to keep her there, right? That adds another layer. So structurally, I think that's what's really important, is allow all the forces to kind of compress around them. And then that lets these lines, like what we just talked about, come out. So great work.
Yeah,
thank you
so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Nicely done. Cool. So we've got 3 more plays, friends. She's probably ruined. Jocelyn Ramirez.
Hello.
Hello. Nicely done, and congrats to you and the team, the director and the actors. And so tell us a little bit about what was on your mind writing this play. What was the inspiration?
It was for an assignment, as many of these plays were. I was hungover at a friend's place at 4 a.m, and I was like, I need to get this done. And
I appreciate the honesty.
I was like, okay. I woke up. I was like, okay, I need to write this. And I recalled like a conversation I'd had with my sister about like just the way that religion plays a part in like telling you, specifically women, like how they're supposed to feel when they have sex.
Yeah.
And the shame that's built around it.
Yeah. Well, I really appreciate it. First, again, thank you for the honesty about the writing process. And I really appreciated that clarity of like, here she is saying, oh, I'm pregnant and such. And it's clear from the setup that she's probably not, but that you use it as a way for us to understand the shame and the way in which her surrounding forces and her upbringing have sort of had her feel ashamed about her own sexuality and desires. And then of course you layer in also who the person she was with and how they're now behaving. And then you also layer in her sibling situation and being ostracized from the family. And I think that is skillfully done. Again, in 10-15 minutes, that's a lot of information, very clear. And so we really understand that situation. And I think you do a good job of kind of allowing that shame to be really clear, and how one thing is representing another, right? That her thinking she's ruined is actually about her own internalized shame from the surrounding forces. So really nicely done. Also the clear, again, exposition about her sister's situation and how that comes out between them, I thought was really, really nice. So my one question is about do you think she in this moment actually is committed to and wants to commit suicide?
I think she thinks she is, but in reality, she's probably not super, she's not going to do it. It's an empty threat. I think she's having a moment where she just needs her sister to tell her, I'm on board with you and I feel your pain. And she's not getting that validation. So she's like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to kill myself.
Okay. That's super helpful, because I think that I was wondering, because what I will share with you was I was struggling with, she neither had the sort of very calm demeanor of, oh, I might believe that this is happening because she's sort of disconnected, nor was she in hysteria, right? She was kind of caught in the middle. So what you just described now makes me understand why, that she was sort of, and I wonder for dramatic purposes, if a different choice might be stronger, because I, as the audience member, I too wasn't sure if she was serious about it. And if she was, I didn't quite believe it, partially because they just came out of a movie, I think, right? And I didn't have that sense of like, maybe she'd been waiting through the movie to kind of say this. And also because it's a 10 to 15 minute play, the rapidity from which she goes from I want an ally to I'm going to take this action is so fast that it's very difficult, right? And so one thing to consider is but I understand why you wanted to do it. It's an extreme threat to make, and she might not even know she doesn't mean it, as you kind of expressed. So I wonder if you were to do a rewrite, to consider how you layer that even more, does she have a point where she comes out and says, I just need you to be on my side? Or, you know, I mean, she already says some of those things, but do we see that she's reaching a point where it's like she's left with an either or an or, right? Either I need to take this action that I don't really want to take, or I need you, you know? And I kind of felt like the extremity of that was missing for me. Me seeing that she was using it as a tactic. That's what it is. What you're describing is that she was using it as a tactic, and I wasn't clear on that. And so it was difficult for me to hold on to the reality of the situation. So as a writing tip, something to do is you could, sometimes I've done this, write 2 versions of the scene. Write the version where she really does mean it. And what does that look like? And then write the version where it's a tactic and she may not even be aware it's a tactic, but it is, and go even further with that, and then compare them and see what feels more true and more full and more dramatic. And I think that will give your scene even more clarity. And I know it's a sensitive topic to write as a tactic. So I understand it's like a difficult thing. So I love how you put it, that she may not even know that. She may think she means it. And there are questions there. So does that, any questions about that?
No, I think that was straightforward.
Okay.
I get that. Yeah.
So just something to explore as you continue to work on it. But really nicely done. And thank you for the good work.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. The page, Maya Maddox. Hello.
Hi, so sorry, my little camera.
It's all right. The light came on. So good work, and director and team, nicely done. We really were able to process what we were hearing. So tell us a little bit about the inspiration for this.
Okay, so the prompt we were given was a family heirloom, and I was kind of scared because I've never had a family heirloom before. But I do remember thinking about just a time and place where I have sisters, and my siblings and I had an item where I thought something of it, and then she thought something of it, and then we didn't realize as we grown up, one of those things that we thought about it was horrible. And it kind of changed the meaning of that item, but it was important. It was a good time to communicate. And I just wanted to put that out there in this piece.
Yeah. I really appreciated in this piece, and this connects to what you were saying a bit about the way in which this object, this heirloom, has different meaning for different people in it. And there's assumptions about what it means, but it carries a weight for people. And I really got that. And I also thought you really skillfully did the sort of the tension between grandmothers and mothers and daughters, you know, of this generational of who's in charge and who gets to say what's happening. And I thought that was very clear. And I also thought, and I brought this up a few times tonight, that the time-based nature of it, 16th birthday, we need to get there. It gives the scene attention, so that it's not just kind of we're having this conversation in a vacuum, right? That it actually, there's a clock ticking, and anytime there's a clock ticking, that ratchets the tension up. So I appreciated your attention to that. So good job. Yeah. So I think I had a kind of reality-based question for a second, which is, so the journal has been living with the daughter. So mom has not seen it in years. She's kind of seen it for the first time in a long time, right?
Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
So, okay, cool. That takes care of one of my questions. I thought so. And then, so the daughter, forgive me, I'm looking at her name here, Chastity.
Yes.
She kind of says that she used the journal to write a variety of things that were challenging for her. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And then at the end, one page is removed, and they say, okay, now it's good to give to the daughter. Do you think, my question for you is, are they trying to hide the truth from the daughter, or are they trying to expose just enough of it to her that she will get to it herself?
Yes. that page was the last one, and it seems like it's just the I don't want to say climax, but it's the one that will hurt the most. And it's just a suppression for now. It's not completely taking away everything that's happened. It's just a suppression because, yeah, like she said, like you mentioned, she wrote a lot of things that went down. And like many teenagers going through life, it goes through a lot of things. And the daughter, Daisy, will see that and it will be like, wow, this is something new. This is eye-opening to learn this about my mom. And so that last page will just be, I don't even have a word for it. Eye-opening again, just to be exposed to a truth about herself and about her mom at that point.
So I hear that. So one thing I will share with you is I, as an audience member, was left a little unclear, right? Because of the things I just laid out, which is, I think what you're trying to accomplish is beautiful, which is we're going to share with her that which she can handle right now. And then over time, we'll be there for her. But because there's this, we're taking out this page and now we're going to share this with her. But then there's an allusion to we'll be there for her during this time that I was struggling with just literally the reality. It caused me a hiccup as an audience member where I was like, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to understand here about what she's going to be reading and knowing about her life. And so I wind up loving the sentiment, but having to work as an audience member. It winds up causing me to have to ask some questions. And I think, and again, for all the writers watching, it's good to be aware of that your intention is super clear. And so but because of the facts you've laid out, I have to work as an audience member to kind of parse through it. And so something to think about is how can you make that even clearer at the end? And sometimes, frankly, it's just a couple lines. It's just a couple lines of kind of acknowledging, we're going to take our time and tell her what she needs to hear now. She'll read some things she won't, again, not using my words, but I'm trying to point out that sometimes all we need is a couple lines to help it. The only other note, so that's one thing, and I hope that helps. The only other thing I would say is there was somewhere in the middle where I felt like the energy a little bit flagged in the piece. And I think it's because we understand that there's this conflict between them. And I want to start to see new tactics in the conflict. I want to see one of them insult the other, or I want to see one of them say, get off my back. Or in other words, that they hit a very similar beat again and again in talking about the situation. And I'd encourage you to look for just a few more options for how they're in conflict around this. And that will enliven that center where they're really driving home. And those are my two notes, but I think you're in really good shape and those will just help to lift the piece.
Very cool. Thank you so much.
Yeah, my pleasure.
I did have a little trouble with the conflict between the mother and daughter because at the same time, I wanted to keep it realistic. The daughter's not going to cuss out her mom or, scream at her. So I did have a little trouble with that, but I hear you where as far as beats, just a couple things that can trigger and just keep that tempo, even if it's not screaming, so that's
exactly.
That makes a lot more sense.
Cool. Thank you. Nicely done. Nice work.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our final discussion of the evening, the funeral, Brandy Robinson.
Hi.
Hi, Brandy. Good to see you.
Good.
Nicely done. And we were just talking about the play you were just into. Good work there. And and again, congrats to the whole team, director and the actors. And so tell us a little bit about the idea. Kind of what was your starting place?
Oh, wow. Well, I don't know if fascinating is the right word, but I'm fascinated with trauma and secrets and the shattering, the true shattering of a life that happens. And then how do you cope with that? And how do the people around you cope with that? And how do you heal from that? So, so I wanted to explore that, and I wanted to explore it in a way that was more of a realistic, or what I consider a more realistic portrayal than what I have seen traditionally. So that was my starting off point.
Great. So I really appreciate it along those lines. Again, heightened situations, right? A funeral is a great place to obviously have those discussions because emotions are heightened, needs are heightened. Literally, there are things that have to happen. We have to go to the service. We have to do all of those things. And so everything kind of gets, again, theatrically, anytime we're in a situation that can kind of push everything together, it makes everything stronger and clearer. So I thought you did a good job with that. I appreciated your willingness to kind of give us a few minutes of things seem to be good, and we're just waiting for how that's going to be upended, because we know it needs to be, right? Otherwise there's no play. So I appreciate that. And I also appreciated the clarity of the plaque being, again, a very clear and firm way of opening up that trauma question, right? That it doesn't come up just in a general discussion. It's attached to a place and a time and something specific, which then gives it greater power. So that was nicely done. Yeah. So I'm curious about, there's another play, we've had a few tonight that deal with church or religious settings and faith. So just talk to me about, so Edie, right? That talk to me about, there's trauma with the brother, obviously. What's the relationship to the church situation too, for Edie?
For Edie, it was more of a family responsibility.
Got it.
Yeah, since she didn't find any true salvation or true healing in the church, she doesn't really understand it.
Got it. And so she's been, if I understood correctly, like she went and did some recovery, right? The last few years, hasn't been back in years.
Yeah.
And the brother, tell me a little bit more about the brother. So the brother kind of stayed at home. Sounds like sort of was successful in the sense of being viewed as a productive member of that community, but was maybe not, but never achieved more.
Yeah, exactly. Since they're in a smaller town and the mom is very connected with the church, he's able to kind of fly under the radar of her skirt and make his role appear something that it's not, because he's attached to her.
Got it. Okay, cool. So there were one or two thoughts I had, which is just to consider, which is, one is I was struggling, as you heard, because I had to kind of ask the questions, which is that I think that you dropped seeds of these situations because it's a 10 or 15 minute play. And I kind of wanted those seeds to bear fruit in a way that would allow me to understand the situation more. In other words, I had to work, because they talk about Edie being kind of the star, but also just being in recovery. And I was wondering, how successful is Edie in terms of, is she the one who has been out in the world and has done well? Or is she coming home like having really been struggling? Because those are very different situations. Yeah. And I, as the audience member, wasn't 100% sure which situation I was in. Okay. And so therefore, I didn't know, is this somebody kind of coming right on the heels of healing trauma, so it's right at the surface, or is this somebody who like has been out in the world and doing fine, who did this work but is okay, and this is calling it up? Yeah. That's a very different situation. Yeah. And so the same thing with the brother. Like, is this actually somebody who even as an adult was really problematic, which is kind of alluded to, but I wasn't sure. Okay. And again, because that specificity wasn't there, the trauma itself, because I was working to work that stuff out, I had to like let go of me trying to work that out so I could just experience the conversation about the trauma. And I, as an audience member, you want me to just be in acceptance of those things and know them, so then I can really listen to the point you're making.
Yes, I understand that. And that would just add so much of her perspective. And yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And my only other note is I loved your patience at the top with letting everything be okay. I also wondered if you wanted to drop one or two other seeds of tension in those first few minutes. Okay. It's there a little, but because it's probably a good quarter-ish of the play, it's in a short play, that's a long time for there to be very light subtextual tension. And I think you just want to rise it to the surface just a little bit more of a few things that are said that need to be ignored. I think there were one or two of them, but there need to be 3 or 4 of them.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Any questions?
Oh man, so many, but no. Thank you so much.
You're
This is
welcome.
So helpful and like more razor sharp, and I can see exactly where you're coming from. So thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank
My
you.
pleasure. Thank you to all the writers. It was my pleasure to speak with all of you.
And I want to thank you, Erin, and I want to thank everybody. This is, it was a marathon. We really packed it in, but I think that the conversations were very worthwhile, and we thank you so much. And we look forward to hosting you tomorrow again. And we want to say good night to everybody. Get a good night's sleep, and we see you tomorrow for our second night of PlayWorks. Thank you very, very much. Beautiful performances, beautiful work, everybody, tonight. Good night.